Good morning, everyone. Welcome to those here in person and to those on the Zoom virtually. Welcome to springtime in Montana. I love the snow and we certainly need the moisture, but I'm going to call the meeting to order of the Montana Historical Society Board of Trustees. And Steve is not here. Is Candi? Candi's not here.
She's not.
Yep,
Oh,
I'm
Candi's
here.
on. Candi, would you be willing to give us the blessing?
Yes, I would. I would love to.
Thank you.
Are you ready right now? Or do you want to do roll call?
Yep, now's good.
All right. So, Father God, we're just so blessed to have all of us together here, be it by Zoom or in person. We ask that you bless this proceedings and help us to make good decisions because this will affect the future of Montana. What we do is historic, and we know that. We bless those that came before us. We bless those that came after us. We bless those that couldn't be with us today. And we ask that you give our leaders the strength and the diligence to be able to make good decisions for us. And of course, for us to make good decisions too. We're so grateful, Jesus, that you were in our life. The shedding of your blood is what has given us the ability to go to heaven someday. As long as we believe in you, we know that that is our future place, lovely heaven. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Roll call, Jenny.
Norma Ashby Smith. I know she's online. Kim Briggeman. Here. Carol Donaldson.
Here.
Tim Fox.
Here.
Mary Helen.
I'm here.
Pete Johnson is absent today. Bill Jones.
Here.
Lorna Cooney.
Lorna was on a minute ago.
Yeah, I think she's online. Steve Lozar is absent. Rachel Reckon. Here. Ken Robison.
Present.
Jay Russell.
Here.
Chris Warden.
Here.
Bill Whitsitt.
Here.
And Candi Zion.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you. Just a reminder to those online, when you're not speaking, please mute your microphones. And to those here in the room, you'll recall that when you speak, the right button on your apparatus, for lack of a better term, turns on the microphone so you can speak. So please remember to do that. All right. So you all should have received two items with respect to the minutes. One is kind of a blow by blow of the time that we had for our last meeting, just kind of an outline with the minutes into the recording, and then the AI produced minutes that Jenni proofread. And after we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes, I wanted to visit just a little bit about the AI process. So if you've all had a chance to read the minutes, I would entertain a motion in a second.
I'll move, Robison, I move we approve the minutes with the one correction, and that was Troy Housel is the H, and he's the 341st Missile Wing historian, not the Malmstrom Air Force Base historian.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Any second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes. Any discussion? None appearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. So you in reading the minutes, I wanted to visit just briefly about whether to continue to use the AI software to summarize the minutes. I'm told that it's incredibly efficient for primarily Jenny, but Molly too, I suspect, reads the minutes. And saves a lot of time. Is there any concern or comments about using the minutes or doing the minutes through AI? And do we want to continue to do it? We're going to be doing it today. Do we want to continue to do it in July at our next board meeting? Oh, Molly has something.
Thanks. I just want to add for our purposes, if we were to move to electronic minutes versus the written minutes that Jenny creates, the video file, so the video recording would be the minutes, along with the log itself. The AI created transcript that comes with the video would not be the minutes, only the video file itself and the log. And we can add a statement onto the log that the AI transcript is there for as a tool only for navigating those minutes. If we continue to use the written minutes that Jenny has created, it is the board's decision. We are allowed by statute to do either one. It is an efficiency for our staff purposes to do the video and the log versus the more traditional written minutes.
One other thing, at your position at the desk, you should see a memo from the Lieutenant Governor. Apparently this, the issue of using AI is a hot topic, obviously, and they're looking at putting together policies with respect to the use of AI. That's there for your reading pleasure. We're not sure how much that applies yet to what we're doing here, but the staff is working on that. Bill Whitsitt, you had something?
Sure. Just to add to what Molly said, first of all, I think a transcript is not minutes, number one. Minutes really are capturing the major points that are decided and that kind of thing. And I think Jenny does a great job. I think that it's important for us to recognize, as Molly said, that AI can be a tool. But in my experience, and I think with some of the questions that the Lieutenant Governor raises in that memo, we can't assume yet, anyway, that we can rely on AI to provide accurate or contextual minutes that I think we need. And it's much easier for board members to recall or to describe what they meant or what that meeting captured when we do have staff minutes that are drafted. And yes, AI and the transcript can be a tool, but again, a transcript, even if with citations of places, that's not really minutes. It is a transcript, and it's not very efficient for use in going back and trying to reconstruct what happened in a meeting.
Thanks, Bill. Any other comments?
I'm wondering if you could say a little more, Molly, about the log that to go with the video is the official record. I'm just wanting to understand what that word means exactly.
Yeah, if it's okay, Tim and Rachel, I might defer to Jenny, who's done the research on this.
Yeah, so to clarify, the transcript is a tool. It is not the minutes at all. So I don't want you guys to think that reading through the transcript is the minutes. The video recording itself is the official record of the minutes. So if you needed to review what was said in the previous meeting, you would refer to the video, not the log, or I mean, not the transcript. The log is there to tell you where to reference in the video, what you want to go back to. So I'm the one who is manually going through and creating that log. That is not done by AI. That is done by me. I'm going through the video and creating all of those video timestamps to find those locations in the video. That is not AI, that is me. I am utilizing the transcript to kind of hunt those things down, and then confirming where in the video all of those things are happening. And in addition to that, I am the one that is describing who was in the meeting. So that is all me. And then I'm the one who is clarifying all motions and attaching that to the minutes. Those are all separate, so you can see what motions were happening. And in addition to that, all of the attachments for the minutes will be included also, so that you can see what happened in the meeting. So although very summarized with the log, it is all official because a video cannot be edited. You know, I can't edit out what Tim said. It is official record. If you were to refer to the video, that is exactly what he said. It cannot be edited or summarized. It is word for word because it is a recording of his own voice. So that is what the official record is that video. The log is there to locate the items that you're wanting to refer back to.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. So in addition to using artificial intelligence, we also used Jenny's genuine intelligence. Any other thoughts or comments?
Yes, I do.
Candi, online, you had something?
Yep. I think it's a great tool to use and I wholeheartedly support it. Jenny goes back and edits the transcription or the AI. I'm sure we will have a chance to, as Ken earlier had already made mention of a change that needed to be made to the minutes. So we have that ability as humans to correct the situation if it's not correct. So I'm all for use of AI.
Thanks, Candi. Yeah, Jenny has something.
And if you would like, I can do kind of an in-between where, and I have seen other agencies do this, where they have the transcript and then a very brief summary of the conversation that was had. Like Molly described the report or went through the agency report. So that a very brief summary, instead of 8 pages of minutes, it would probably be 2 pages of minutes.
Yeah.
With the video.
I suppose, I guess, what's the pleasure of the board? Do you want a condensed version or not? I like the way that it was done this time around, so just leave it. Okay, Carol, you have something?
Yes, thanks, Tim. I'm wholeheartedly in support of AI too. It is the future. I think there are enough safeguards in place with human eyes reviewing what is done to make sure that they remain authentic and are a correct record. I'm also excited to see that within state statute too, that there are provisions that are being thought of that now allow it, but are being thought of to evolve to allow this technology, which I think will be a real efficient use of AI and helpful for Jenny to take her time and use it elsewhere where her time is needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Any other further comment? So
I might have one.
Kim?
I think that if each of us were to summarize the 8 pages, it would be different. And I just the editing that Jenny would be required to do just seems superfluous.
Yeah, I mean, like she said, the recording itself are the official minutes, and so I like Molly's idea of on the transcripts stating as much. And then if any, you know, to some extent, it's probably a little bit about much ado about nothing, because has anyone ever requested our minutes? Probably not. Have we ever had any public comment at the end of our meetings? Not since I've been on the board. We had a discussion yesterday in the executive committee meeting about whether or not we could prohibit a member of the public from coming in and recording our meetings, you know, with their cell phone or what have you. There's some suggestion that the Lieutenant Governor's office would say that we maybe should prohibit that, but I don't think you can in a public hearing, in a public place. If somebody wants to come in with their cell phone and record the whole thing, I don't know why anyone would do it, but they have every right to do so, and we wouldn't kick them out, and we wouldn't tell them that they can't do it. I'd like to know in advance so I could dress up a little bit, but anyway, if there's no further comment, it occurs to me that we'll just stay the course for the time being and continue to work out the kinks and see how it works. Okay.
I just have one more comment to Tim, that this is an historic record, and we need to remember that from all of us that do research, which most of them in the room have done that kind of research where you go into those types of records, and that's what they're there for. It's the history of the proceedings, and so it is important to be as accurate as you can. But yeah, that was my comment.
Okay, thank you. Some housekeeping items. Number one, since we have people online and in person, when you speak, if you introduce yourself, we all know who you are, but it's easier then for everyone to know who's speaking. Plus, it makes a better recording, so that Jenny doesn't have to, gee, that sounds like somebody, whatever. But so if you would, please identify yourself before you speak. Next, if you haven't silenced your cell phones, please do so. I just did mine a few minutes ago. Jenny, I'm sure would appreciate if, for those who traveled, you have your expense report in front of you. If you'd please sign and date it and just pass it off left or right to Jenny so that she's got those before we leave today. Okay, so we are at the president's report, and I'm already 6 minutes behind. Really, all I have is we met with the American Association of Museum Review Committee, 2 individuals, one from Wisconsin in a similar role as Molly's, another from Louisiana who was an archivist, I think, or collections. They were delightful. Or so. But again, I'll let Molly expand on that. One of the things I learned yesterday in the executive committee meeting was that I was supposed to have a slate of candidates today for elections. We had a brief discussion about that. Traditionally, for those that are new to the Board of Trustees, usually folks just move up. So I'm the chair. I would be the outgoing chair. Bill Jones would be up for chairman. And Bill Whitsitt would move up from secretary to vice chairman, which would cause an opening in the secretary position. I had a conversation with Chris Warden yesterday about whether or not he'd be willing to serve. And his primary comment was, I'd be happy to serve, but I'm new to the board. And there are people who've been on the board longer than I have who perhaps would like to be the secretary. And so he would kindly, and with humility, I would add, defer to anyone else who'd be interested in serving as secretary. And he would step aside and not run. So we'll have that discussion. I tried calling Steve Lozar. Steve's been a little bit non-communicative lately, and as you know, he's missed a number of our meetings. I wanted to see if he wanted to continue to serve on the executive committee, but I will leave it up. I didn't hear back from him. I'll leave it to the board as to whether or not you'd like to replace him. I did speak with Rachel about serving as an at-large member of the executive committee to replace Steve. And she's interested and willing to do that if that's what the trustees would like to do. So let's have a brief discussion about the slate of officers, and then we'll try to have some elections. Anyone have comment? Or a stump speech? Bill?
Let me just ask, does anyone know more about Steve's situation? I mean, we have not seen him for a while and I'm concerned about him, but does anyone have any more information?
No, Bill, I think a number of staff have tried to contact Steve recently and not been able to do so, not been able to get in touch with him. You know, his health is not great. But that's really unfortunate. As a staff.
Um, voting on what you see here on the screen. President Bill Jones, Vice President, I was thinking it was Chair and Vice Chair, but I'm corrected. Bill Whitsitt, Vice President, Secretary Chris Warden, and Mary would stay on, but we would vote for her as well. And then Rachel to replace Steve, if that's the board's decision. And if this slate is okay, I just need somebody to make a motion in a second.
Jay Russell, I'll make a motion that we accept the slate.
Robison, second motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve this slate of candidates for the executive committee. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Congratulations. So just for a little bit of clarification, these new officers, the new officers would be effective the next board meeting. But in the middle of that is our grand opening ceremonies, and I've asked Bill to be the chair officially basically from here on, so that to the extent there's a role for the chair in the 2 or 3 days of opening, Bill be our guy. So, all right, good enough.
Thank you, Tim.
You bet. See if you can run a meeting like I do. Okay, next, Heritage Keeper Awards. Had some great candidates. It was fun to read through those nominations and letters of recommendation. Molly, you want to take it from here?
Absolutely. So just thank you everyone who reviewed our applications for the Heritage Keepers Award. A reminder of our award criteria is contributions to Montana history, the strengths and impacts of Montana history goals, their impact on the community, involvement in service, their effectiveness of service, level of prior recognition, their degree of commitment to the historical community, and letters of support. These are the results. We had 11 board members who scored our applications. There's a combined maximum points of 99, 44 points from the score, and 55 points from the board votes. Of our folks who were nominated, of the survey scores, you can see that Paul Snyder scored 39 points. And then in that question of if you were to, who would you choose as the Heritage Keeper? Paul Snyder also won for that. And then Alan Weltzing was second place in both of those as well. So we had nice consistency in both the survey and the board votes this review period. So the final results do show this, that Paul had a grand total of 59 points and Alan 57 points. And just a reminder for the board that we do 2 awards annually, and those can be a combination or up to 2 awards annually of 2 Heritage Keepers or 1 Heritage Keeper and 1 Heritage Guardian. Or if the board prefers to do just 1, it would be 1 Heritage Keeper or 1 Heritage Guardian. So I will just go back to this slide, and then it's really trustees' preference. We would need a motion for heritage keepers, heritage guardians, and who for which ones.
So I think we should start with the number of awards, whether we want to do one keeper and one heritage, or just how you want to do that, because then that will, I think, guide us in selecting our awardees. Can you add something?
I'd recommend we award 2 Heritage Keeper Awards this year. I don't see either of those 2 individuals perhaps rising to the other level. Last year it was pretty clear. This year it's not clear to me that one rises above the other is above Heritage Keeper. So,
Any other comment? Well, if no one else has a comment, then I'm assuming that we would take Ken's suggestion and do 2 keeper awards. Is that what you're suggesting? And for those top 2 individuals.
So is that a motion?
also move.
Jones second.
Robison.
It's been moved and seconded that we award Paul and Alan each a Heritage Keeper Award. Any discussion? None appearing? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. And the staff will work with these individuals and their nominees or the nominators to set up an award ceremony in their community. Remind me where they live.
Paul is in Great Falls, and Alan is in Dillon.
Okay, so keep an eye out for particulars on those award presentations, and we'll hopefully be able to have a trustee or two to attend those as you're able. That'd be great. So
I guess
thanks. Go ahead.
I have a question.
That's Kim.
Yeah, Briggeman. I'm going to be seeing Chris Weatherly tomorrow, probably. He comes to our Friday coffees. And I don't know how much this is public, the voting itself, and whether he even knows he was nominated. So I'm not sure how to handle that.
Holly?
We will, I mean, clearly this is a public meeting, so it's public knowledge as of now. For our purposes, we will in the next week not let Paul and Alan and the folks who nominated them know that they received the awards. And then an email will also be sent or notification to the other 3 folks and to their nominators, the people who nominated the other 3 folks, and let them know that they were not chosen for the award, but encourage them to apply next year.
Okay.
So perhaps if you could give us a week or so.
Yeah.
Okay, we are at the director's report now. I'm 32 minutes in advance of schedule.
Good.
Bill?
I'm noting.
Okay. Molly?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tim. Congratulations to our new executive committee. I look forward to working with you. And also thanks to everyone for being here this morning. We'll start with our normal approval of new staff. This past quarter, we actually had a couple more hires, but we approved them at the January meeting because they were hired right between that end period of our quarter and our Board of Trustees meeting. So for approval at this meeting, we have Amanda Trum as our new museum program manager. If you recall, she was our acting program manager, museum program manager at our January meeting with Jennifer's retirement. But we did conduct a recruitment and interview process and chose Amanda as our permanent museum program manager. So I would appreciate a motion from the board to approve her hire.
I'd like to make a motion that Amanda Trum be approved as the new museum program manager.
And that was Bill Whitsitt making that.
Yes.
Robison, I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the hire of Amanda Trum. Any discussion? None appearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much. I wanted to share also that, at the October board meeting, you all approved some revisions to our vision statement, or I guess reapproved our mission statement, some revisions to our vision statement, as well as strategic objectives for the agency. And so building on those strategic objectives, our leadership team met in February to participate in a strategic planning exercise where we added objectives, goals, measures, and timelines to those 4 outcomes that we had identified. You'll notice on our quarterly report now what those objectives beneath each of those outcomes are listed in the quarterly report, and then our bullets do tie back to those outcomes and objectives. So it was a fun process. We used a lot of sticky notes, but it was a great exercise. We also completed a SWOT analysis, so strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats, as well as a discussion of our 2027 legislative session goals and objectives as well. So it was a fun day, I think.
Right. I sure wish I had invented the sticky note.
I know. It was very colorful. I also want to note that we are open, but we continue to work with Sletton Construction on completing some items in the Heritage Center. Some of the items that were completed this quarter include rebuilding and installing security on our historic west doors. Those are no longer a public entrance, but they are an emergency exit. So we had to make sure that they met those security requirements. They're also beautiful historic doors. I actually think they'll be better off not being used on a daily basis. They tended to fail quite a bit, but they are operational now. We also have substantial completion of the East Arbor. If you didn't see that as you came in today, I'd encourage you to take a look. It looks beautiful. The only remaining item for that is for the posts to be sealed. We also met substantial completion of our security system and had training conducted on that. So that is fully operational. And I'll let Roberta talk more about this, but our reference room was completed and is now, yay, open to the public. And she'll share more about that with her report. A few additional items to be completed by our general contractor are some additional cooling in our data and security rooms, upgraded lighting in our gift shop, and then some outstanding landscaping and wayfinding signage on the exterior of the building. We also have several items of our own to continue completing, including installation of the commissioned artwork over the grand stairway, which should be complete the first week of May. And upgrading some doors throughout the building, a little bit of the handrail at the entrance of the grand stairway, and some signage throughout the building. And I'm sorry, the handrail from the grand stairway is a Sletton project, not our own. So we do still have some items that we continue to work on throughout the building, but mostly open and operational.
Molly, can I ask you a question? Bill Jones. I came to the Arbor area yesterday. It's beautiful, but I wonder who's in charge of the grounds itself?
So the maintenance of the grounds around the building are primarily General Services Division through Department of Administration cares for all of the landscaping.
Okay.
However, I will say we do have an MOU with General Services about kind of partnering on some of the items throughout the building. Because our landscaping is pretty specialized, I would see it more as a partnership than just General Services taking care of it.
Okay,
but it is primarily they're like mowing, keeping down weeds, things
Okay.
like that as they're clearing
So they're in
snow.
charge of all the buildings
Correct.
on the campus.
Yep.
Because I wondered about the front of the Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and this is not a reflection on you, Rachel, but it needs some help. And I'm a property manager in Bozeman, and
I'll get right on
appalled
it.
with the condition in front of Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
So actually, Bill, I had a conversation a few months ago with the Director Clark at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And that is one of the things I think that's under conversation at that agency is beautification of the entrance of their building. One of the ideas we've discussed with them and with the governor is the creation of a like a sculpture trail that would feature flora and fauna of Montana and that sculpture on that area. But
Molly, one comment. Being in this room is truly amazing. And I want to salute the staff that worked so hard on this, particularly when it became kind of toward the end of the process when it was, the sound baffles and putting the speakers in and how do you adjust the construction for the lights and all of that. It was for me an eye-opener about all the complexity of this building in total. But this room is a great example of what all of you did. So thank you.
So the praise for that really goes to Allie Leak, our events and facilities coordinator, and to Bennett Abbey, who is doing our IT for the space and doing an amazing job. We've really received nothing but the highest praise from those who've had events in our spaces about the space itself, but also how it's operated.
And this is Rachel. I would say too, if there's anything I can do to help with bridging with working with FWP on that exterior between the buildings, let me know.
Oh,
Be
thank
happy
you.
to help.
Thank you.
I'd say drop a few arrowheads in their front yard and then start digging, and then they have to fix it.
So just to share a few statistics with you, you'll hear more throughout our program reports. We welcome 31,288 visitors to the Heritage Center. This quarter provided 283 tours of the Capitol Heritage Center galleries and the original Governor's Mansion to 5,234 people. Our library and archives reference room opened, and we had 21 in-person researchers this quarter, which was really just the last 2 weeks of March. We had, 2,514 reference exchanges, over 6,500 people participate in outreach activities, and 67 special events of our own with 3,755 attendees at those events. And our online repositories were used more than 307,000 times in the last quarter. So just looking at this chart, these charts are year to date. So you can see in 2026 in the first quarter, we're already more than half of what we were for all of 2025. We are tending to average somewhere around 10,000 visitors a month to the Heritage Center. Several thousand of those are students who are coming on our field trips, which are amazing. And I also want to share for our statistics, we recently installed people counters, which is a combination of hardware and software that will count people for us instead of our security staff and tour guides and reference staff having to count the number of people through the doors or at events. These people counters recognize as people are entering and exiting spaces. They can provide us a number of different reports. This is a daily report that I receive about how many people go through our galleries, how many people come through our entrances, how many people are going into the reference room, and then both for that day and then a week to date total. This is just one small example of what our people counters and software can do for us. So we're just digging into these. These were just installed less than a month ago. Pretty excited about them. They can provide heat maps so they can show us the highest count time when people are entering galleries or entering the building, when we have load times so that we can better plan for staffing. When we're opening, we can review when our traffic patterns are, what our heights of traffic are, things like that. So at our July meeting, Roberta, who has been taking the lead on this and done a fabulous job with it, will provide a more in-depth review of what the software can show for us. But because she's still learning it and we're all still learning it, we'll hold off for today, but just wanted to share that we installed those. And I think they'll be a great use for us.
Molly, this is Tim. Does this software and hardware, does it also clue the security team into whether or not someone came but never left?
It can provide an entrance and exit numbers, but we do have a few doors that don't have the counters on them, so it's not completely exact. So like our east entrance is a staff, or one of our east entrances is a staff only entrance. So we don't have a people counter on that one. We're looking at these. So yes, but it's not 100% accurate, but they can watch. We also have security cameras throughout all of our spaces, so that, and a guard that monitors those every hour that we're open. So they could see if someone's in the building when they shouldn't be.
Thank you.
And then I want to call on Martha and Amanda to talk about this beautiful piece here, which is our Montana 250 Commission's contribution to the National Time Capsule. And I have it, and I'm going to pass it around as well, so you can see it in person.
We decided at a program managers meeting a couple of months ago, we discussed what Montana's contribution to the 250th time capsule could be. And we thought that this would be a great idea. So Nina Sanders got in touch with Karis Jackson to see if she would be interested in creating this for us. And so we went back and forth a little bit with the design and the colors, but kind of landed on, first of all, Indigenous beadwork as a great way to highlight some of Montana's iconic imagery. And so we have the bison there, of course, as being iconic and hopefully representing the plains and the mountains there as well.
It also has the Montana 250 Commission also wanted to make sure it had some Montana symbols. So it has the meadowlark and the bitterroot.
And I'll just note a couple additional things. Every state is restricted on size and material of what we can contribute. So that is the largest piece that we can of size that we can contribute to the time capsule. We'll send it with a description, which will just talk about that representation of colors from our state flag, state symbols, our landscapes as well, mountains and prairies in that space. So that is just a beautiful piece, and wanted to share that with you this morning.
And the only thing I have to add is that one of the considerations was, will it be there in 250 years when they dig it up? So thinking about the materials and their durability was also a consideration.
All right, thank you. And just a couple additional items to share with you. Our Education Interim Budget Committee met on March 18th, and I attend as I always do, and we're able to answer any questions and to also present a required report on our Montana 250 Commission activities as it pertains to the funds that we were appropriated for that commission. We are continuing to monitor the executive planning process for the upcoming legislative session. This quarter, we provided updated program descriptions for the Governor's Budget Office and Legislative Fiscal Division. Before our next quarterly meeting, we will have to present our executive planning process requests. The direction from the Governor's Budget Office is not to ask for much. There's not a lot of funds available, so I don't suspect we will have much beyond present law adjustments to accommodate our operations in the building. So we also, in an update on the centralization initiative, we were successful in negotiating to keep all existing MTHS IT staff and HR staff dedicated to our needs. So while those staff will have a direct line of report to the Department of Administration, they will continue to work here in the Heritage Center and will be dedicated full-time to the needs of our agency. This was not the case in all agencies, so we were extremely grateful to get that outcome from that centralization. And Tim mentioned our AAM reaccreditation site visit that did occur on April 9th and 10th. I do appreciate that Bill and Tim were here and met with our our visitors. They were here for 2 full days. We kept them hopping from 8 in the morning till 5:30 at night, visiting our locations here, our offsite locations. They participated in a tour with Darby. They visited with all of our program managers, along with several other staff, and learned about all of our programs here. They met with facilities and finance and HR. They dug into a lot of what we do over those 2 days. Also reviewed a lot of documents before they came here. Their report is due to AAM, the American Alliance of Museums, in, I think it's the first week of May. Their report is due, and the full accreditation committee for AAM will review that report and their recommendations in June. And at that point, we will know whether we've been reaccredited or not. Given I had 2 meetings specifically with our visitors who, as Tim mentioned, were from Wisconsin and New Orleans. And they were very, very complimentary of the work that we're doing here at the Historical Society at our closeout meeting. But more to come. The official decision will be made in June.
And they're now both members of the Historical Society too, so.
Yes. And they did some shopping in the gift shop, which was awesome.
Bill?
Hi, this is Bill. And just a quick question about the Legislative Interim Committee interactions and really others from policymakers. Are you hearing any particular questions other than just about the facility these days? Anything we should have on our radar?
Thanks, Bill. That's a great question. And no, really, I'm not hearing any specific questions from legislators. Boy, almost always our interactions are very short. At those meetings, I provide them a written report on the 250 Commission. At the Interim Budget Committee, the committee members receive a report from Legislative Fiscal Division that reviews our budget on a quarterly basis. Emily and I review those prior to the quarterly meetings and provide any questions or input we have back before it's presented to the committee. But they almost never have any questions for us. Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
And that concludes my report.
Okay, thanks, Molly. Any questions for Molly or comments on Molly's report? All right, so I'm going to just keep moving ahead. We'll get some of the program reports done, but we will take a break around 10:30, as you see on your agenda. So if Jenni is available and ready, we'll have communications and development. Hi, Jenni.
The button with the person on it.
Thank you. This is Jenni, Public Relations Officer in charge of development, membership, and public information and marketing. And so we're going to split this report up with my 3 staff, but I want to talk to you about our development presently and where we're at with all of our fundraising. So go ahead, Molly. Oh, it looks like membership is first. Do you mind? Okay, we're going to let Jenni talk.
I feel like it always starts with me. So I'm going to start with membership statistics. Currently we're at 4,618 members, which is significantly down from Q1. We've just been on a steady decline for a while. If you want to go to the next slide, Molly, I'll kind of explain. Here's a little graph that shows kind of where we're at. Sorry, I can't see that far. The top line shows the overall memberships as they decline. The bottom lines are the individual levels as they go down. Subscribers are ones that we lose quite regularly, but they kind of shift into the other levels, if that makes sense. So as you can see, the upper levels, we're actually getting an increase in members. So although we're losing overall memberships, our support is actually not declining too bad. Like we're financially holding pretty steady. Molly, if you want to shift to the next slide. So if you look at like 2020 and currently, this is just up to today, we were at like $390,000 in revenue, and we're at $398,000 up to basically the third quarter of fiscal year 30 or fiscal year 26. So we still have a whole quarter left. We're still looking good, but obviously we want to increase memberships for the sake of publications, especially because the upper levels don't really benefit them as much as getting more members do. So next slide. Sorry. So this is kind of why the decline. I've done a lot of research. There's a lot of decline in interest in physical print. The US Census indicated 40% decline in periodical publishing from 2002 to 2020. And then as I research other marketing and publishing sites, it's showing another 40% decline from 2020 to 2026. So our members haven't declined that bad. We've had an overall 22% decline. So I think that we can get them back. I think that we have a really niche audience and they're really interested in Montana history. So I'm hoping that we can get them back. Free admission has kind of hurt membership a little bit because that was a big benefit that we had. And then I just think the extended closure obviously hurt us a little bit. So my next thing I'm going to do is a little show and tell. I don't have a slide for this, but we did have a little bit of a surplus in membership just because my budget didn't change over the years and it had just been sitting there. So before Bo left, we shifted money or allowed more spending. And so I was able to get some promotional materials and made these kind of promo bins that staff can take to any public events to hopefully drive more membership. They're really easy to grab. We have things like pencils, pens, stickers, bunch of stickers, and then obviously membership brochures. And then we have the promotional magazine that Jeff has created that membership was able to help purchase. And he'll talk a little bit more about that, I think. And so these bins are, again, grab and go. And I have several of them that staff can grab and help promote membership at any places that they can go. And I made you guys all promo bags that are back there that you guys can take full of the same materials if you want to share in your locations. And yeah, I'll pass those out at the end. And no, our table space is limited, so I didn't want you to have to deal with bags at your space. But I have bags for all of you that are kind of miniature versions of these with materials that you can share to promote the Historical Society also. And I left you all Heritage Center pens at your spaces that are awesome. So that's all for membership.
Thanks, Jenny. And I think Jeff will tell you a little bit more about all the things that we're doing through that sample magazine to promote membership, both here at the Heritage Center and some of the ways that he's been able to get that sample magazine out with his staff. We meet quite often to talk about new and innovative ways to market membership, especially considering that when people come in the doors, they aren't asked if they're a member to get that free admission. So we're thinking all the time about how to do this, and we anticipate that we'll get those folks back, including some targeted letters out to subscribers using the magazine branding. So again, I don't want to preclude Jeff's presentation, but just know that we're collaborating and we're thinking strategically about how to bring members back on board and bring new members on through a lot of the outreach and education work that that team does. So it's very collaborative between our membership program and the rest of the agency and their work. So we'll go to a development report next. So this was all in your program report that was sent out to you, but it just kind of breaks down what our giving this quarter is. You can see that that we had a capital campaign payment that was made up the significant amount of that $505,000 giving this quarter, as well as gifts to the Ed Endowment of $50,000 from 2 charitable funds. So those are donor advised fund gifts. And then we have a summer internship program that's going to benefit outreach and education. So that's an annual gift that we get each year of $8,100 to fund a summer intern. And then we have the Headwaters Prize, which was from Larry Len Peterson and his wife. And I'm assuming we'll talk about that somewhere in our reports. Maybe? No? Oh, well, we can talk about it. Do you want to talk about it, Molly?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to talk about it. It is included in the quarterly report, but Larry Len Peterson and his wife Leanne donated $110,000 to the Historical Society, kind of living in the Library and Archives program, to establish the Montana Headwaters Book Prize, which will be an annual prize for books on Montana history, substantially into, I want to say it's the 20th century and earlier. I can get the specific details for you, but so books on Montana history, awards will be given, a first, second, and third place awards given at the history conference. We've begun the process of it. We'll start accepting submissions later this year in the fall. We're advertising for it now. Awardees will see the top prize will be casted bronze bookends that feature Charlie Russell. That's at the request of the donor, and a cash prize. And then second and third place will also have a cash prize as well. And so we'll start rolling that out at the 2027 History Conference.
So there will be more information posted on the website soon. We have a plan to get all that information up, and we have some ads going out, and then of course doing some outreach. So again, another great collaborative effort. If you want to go to the next slide, we're talking about where we're at with the History and Civics Education Endowment. So that is the current amount we've raised, which includes expendable grants. So these are funds that are not they're invested, but then they're used in that year. $50,000 was given to us last year to use. So we were able to launch that field trip program. And then the Washington Foundation was very generous and said, while you're building that endowment, we'll give you some additional funding to get you through so you don't have to decrease the number of field trips you're offering. You can actually increase them. So we were awarded $20,000 per year for the next 3 years, so $60,000 total. And then we have another grant out there hoping to get word on that, which will help fund, along with the interest off of the endowment, will help fund those field trips next year. So next slide. And I think I'm going to turn, donation boxes. So you might have noticed the donation boxes spread around the Heritage Center. They're beautiful, hard to see. So we've been doing some work to make them a little bit more prominent with some signage over there. Also, they're really, our online donation portal is difficult to navigate through like a cell phone, which is how people give now. And so we're working with the Helen Airy Community Foundation to create an online portal where people can give using PayPal and Apple Pay and Venmo, which are the new ways that people spread their money out. So this will be a nice way. It's a temporary solution until we can bring on our new CRM database, which will hopefully alleviate all the need to do it with a partnership. But for now, we needed this stopgap measure so that we were consistently bringing in online donations. So we have a draft addendum agreement with the Helena Area Community Foundation out there, just waiting for some details on fees that portal will charge, and then we'll be able to sign off on that and start offering a QR code and a short link for people to go online and donate instead of putting cash in those donation boxes. So hoping to see that money increase over time. Well, hopefully next quarter we'll have a better report. Are you guys ready for another celebration? We are working really, really hard on this, and it's been a lot to bring together. But again, a cross-agency collaboration between O&E, Lau Marsh has been instrumental in a lot of our work to create this. We've changed the name from the history celebration, which was kind of cumbersome in marketing, to festival. So this is our new logo created by Elise in the museum program. She's phenomenally talented, as our other graphic designer, Luke. But this is just a fun logo. We've been collaborating with, of course, the Chamber of Commerce here in Helena and Visit Helena. And then we've done a bunch of outreach with community organizations to create just a full weekend of events starting on Wednesday. So if you go to the next slide, Molly. So here's a little shortcut schedule of events. I am getting them put into the calendar, and we're getting them put into our conference management program so that we can get information out to our members, our donors, and the community at large, meaning all of Montana and beyond, so that people can come and celebrate with us at the end of June. So these are, just basically what we've outlined so far. Some of our community events are really, really cool. We have the Foundation for Montana History working with the pedal trolley to do pedaling through the past tours all during the whole weekend. The Holter is doing a fantastic event. Stone Ridge Climbing Center is doing the history of climbing, and that will be a really neat event. And we have a bunch of other really great things. So as soon as we get everything up online, I'll send you all the link so that you have access to it and you can pick and choose what you want to participate in. In addition, we'll have a donor gala on Thursday night. And I would like it if our executive committee could join us for that donor gala. So you'll be getting an invitation to that. Space is a concern. So we really want to make sure we can accommodate as many of our donors at that dinner and reception as possible. So that's why I'm kind of breaking it up into two and having the executive committee join us for that. And then I would love it if the rest of the board of trustees can join us for the member luncheon on Friday at 11:30. So again, more information will be coming out to you. But because space is limited, otherwise you would be invited to everything, but I kind of need to spread you out and utilize you. And then of course, we're going to be, as these events evolve and we figure out what our needs are for staffing, and I will be asking you to join us for certain events as your schedule allows.
So are spouses and significant others going to be invited to either of those two events for the trustees?
Yes, I plan to have your spouses available to join you for those events.
I happen to have one.
Awesome. I do too, but he's not invited.
The logo says 2026. Is this going to be an annual festival?
Kind of to be kind of to be determined, but we know that we need to have some kind of donor event and member event annually. And so We're going to do a bit of a breakdown after we complete this one. And based on how it goes and what our staff capacity is, we will be doing something annually. It just may not look and feel exactly like this year's. It's been a lot, quite honestly, on top of our regular jobs to coordinate all the community activities. And it could become something that is easily transferable and copied year after year, but events tax staff immensely. And so we know we'll be having something in the following years. We're just quite sure yet exactly what that's going to look like.
Just don't use Roman numerals like the Super Bowl.
I agree. I concur with that. Thanks, Kim. So does anybody have any questions about the History Festival?
Could you give the dates again?
Sure. So Wednesday is June 24th and Sunday is June 28th. We really start with some Alive at 5 on Wednesday, which is it's really meant for the community to come up and be on the Capitol Capitol complex. It's on 6th Avenue in front of the Capitol. And that's really more of a community local Helen event, but we would love to have people come from out of town for that as well. It's going to be fabulous. If you've never done the Alive at 5, or if you've never done like Music on Main in Bozeman, or, they have out to lunch in Missoula and out to dinner on Thursdays in Missoula. Those are fabulous, fun, free music events for all ages. And they have food trucks, and it's just a lively event. So I encourage you to come to that. And then we have private tours on Thursday and Friday that Darby is putting together and her team. And then we'll have a whole list of public tours Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as well for anybody to participate in. So,
Jenny, I have a question. First, it looks like a fantastic event that you guys have put together. First question is, how many people are we anticipating may attend?
Good question. So just for the donor gala, we're anticipating that we'll sell out. It's free, but we'll max our space at, I think it was 270 people for those dinners, the luncheon and the dinner and reception. And then we'll start marketing, and Colton can speak to this a little bit more during his part of the report, but we will start moving our advertising from just focusing on the Heritage Center and that we're open to actually promoting the History Festival. And so we'll be advertising that quite broadly across the state of Montana. So I imagine, at the 250 launch party, we could get up to thousands of people for that event on the Capitol lawn. It will be limited space for the reception in the Heritage Center for the 250 launch party. But like Allison told us yesterday in our meeting, the Central Commons and the atrium can handle a lot of people. So I'm imagining like the ribbon cutting. That's what I'm envisioning for the Saturday night event. Lots of people here, lots of engagement. Probably not the same exact people that were here for the ribbon cutting. New people that maybe are only snowbirds and travel here in the summer, as well as tourists. So we're hoping that we reach a broad audience for this one.
Second question, are you doing anything in this agenda that is exclusive to members only?
Yeah, that member luncheon on Friday is exclusive to members. And then we have members and donors only tours that will be managing, not public. So people will sign up for those, and those will be exclusive. And they're really specialized, beautiful tours that Darby has envisioned. So a curator-led tour. There's one about Charlie Russell's letters. Yeah, so Darby has really been putting her thinking cap on those, and I'm happy to send more information about those private tours, but they're really, really special, and I think will make our donors and members feel very honored.
Jenny,
really, please go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that. I'm a big supporter of free membership because it makes what we do here accessible to everybody. And that's our primary mission. But based on our report that membership has been declining, I think we all know it's pretty common when museums shift from one business model to another, there's oftentimes a drop off. And the value proposition of a membership changes significantly when you move from paid member or visitation to free visitation, because the value proposition of buy once, use unlimited is no longer the value proposition. And so museums that have made this shift have had to move from kind of that cost saving value proposition to one that is building value and kind of giving some perks and special access to do that. And so I really love that you guys are doing that. And I would encourage you to continue to market and make that known. This could be a great opportunity to change the trajectory of memberships. And it sounds like maybe you guys are already thinking about doing that. I want to commend you for that.
Thanks much. Yes, and when we do new exhibitions, so like the Changing Gallery, when it changes, we'll do some kind of member preview event that adds that value proposition, so they feel like, oh, I want to get in early and see the next exhibit, right? Yeah.
So Jenny, this might be a question for Jeff, but timing wise, will there be an opportunity to publish the schedule of events for Montana History Fest in the Montana Magazine of Western History before the event happens? Is that not going to happen?
No, and I don't think we need to, because we have ways to communicate with those folks. The magazine isn't really a place where, a lot of our subscribers, they consider themselves subscribers only and not members. And so they're invited no matter what. They're going to get a postcard inviting them to the event. And so we just don't have the schedule in time for their publication. They have to do it so far in advance, and we are still trying to get those communities events scheduled and placed and secured. And so the timing is just off.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Jenny, Jay Russell, question
Jay.
about the member luncheon. Is that for all members or certain levels of membership?
You want to answer that, Jenny?
Now I can't remember. I believe it's for
the ones that have that benefit.
Garnet and up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Garnet, which is the $100 level and up, is for exclusive member only events. So that level and up will get an invitation.
Yeah. And there's literally thousands at the Garnet level and up. So we're anticipating we'll max out. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
One more question on membership. When you were talking earlier about the fact that when people come in, they don't need to, it's hard to sell membership because it's no longer a benefit or a perk. Free admission isn't anyway. But what about within the building? Will you be doing anything for signage, encouraging members to join? That specifically, I'm assuming at the gift shop that already happens because that's a membership benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe at the cafe, I'm not sure if there's a membership benefit there at all too. But I'm just wondering if there's any points like those 2 points, or even just signage around the building that kind of reiterates it as people are going through the building and they fall in love with things and they get excited about it. That's a really great time to be suggesting membership, at least.
Great. You read my mind. Actually, Jeff and I were just working on that yesterday. We're going to develop some signage that goes by the visitor services desk. We were going to do a pop-up, but because we need to move this quickly, Luke Duran, who works for the publications department, a graphic designer, is going to design a sign, very engaging sign that we put up by the visitor services desk, encouraging people to go over to the gift shop and join. Then we're going to put a table and some comfy chairs so that people can fill out the form, bring it over to the gift shop, and redeem their membership. So you're right on track for how we're thinking. It's just been we're just getting through these first months of being open and realizing what we need and then getting it put in place, and lots of things coming at us really fast. But that is one thing we just decided to do yesterday. So yeah.
Jenny, Bill Jones, what about QR codes scattered around for our membership?
Yeah, I mean, QR codes work fine, except for our online portal for joining is really bad. If you've tried to join online, because of our security issues and the state's payment portal, people have to, it's just go and test it. So the solution to that is that we're procuring a new CRM database. And it's been quite delayed to get that process going, but we're now entering the procurement process. We've done a full scope of work. Sue, Emily, myself, and a whole bunch of people across the agency have developed this RFP, and we have the money for pursuing a brand new CRM, which will include all the integrated payment systems that will make it really easy to join, to donate, and then it helps us in the development and membership track and communicate and market membership and development and other things, outreach and all the things that we do here. So the CRM database is really a pinch point for us. We got to get this procured and in place and implemented. And we were hoping to have it done by now. That was initially the plan when we did House Bill 10. It's just taken us a long time to figure out the whole scope of work because it will have such a massive impact on the agency as a whole. And if I didn't summarize that well enough, Molly or somebody else, feel free to pitch in.
I think that just of it, Bill, is that once we get this new system on board, yes, we can do those QR codes a lot more easily and a lot more directly straight into our state systems.
And more broadly, it will alleviate a lot of the pinch points that we're having with not only membership, but a whole bunch of other things that we need to have in place as a modern, agency that does really fantastic work for our state and our patrons. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the break, but I'm going to let other people go now. Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, let's go with Colton, and after Colton, we'll take a break.
Good morning, everyone. I am Colton Tash, for the record. I am going to talk to you guys about our communications and marketing efforts over this last quarter. Since we last spoke in January, we have done a lot of work, which I will talk to you guys about today. But I wanted to start with our media highlights. We were covered over 130 times. This says Q4, but well, I guess this is Q4 technically on the membership cycle. But anyway, this quarter. And we got coverage on almost all aspects of MTHS. So a lot of that initial coverage in January was still covering over excitement about the opening of the Heritage Center. But that, similar to our coverage last quarter, sparked interest in other areas of the Historical Society. And so we got great coverage on SHPO and Library and Archives opening, and some good press on the 101 Places book, and even the Catastrophe at Custer Creek audiobook that came out this quarter. We got some nice statewide coverage on that. So we got lots of really great coverage throughout the press. There was some Really nice standout stories too in Montana Quarterly, which is a very nice journal. It's for sale in our gift shop if you would like to check out the article that we were featured in there. But they interviewed Molly and Amanda and Aaron and did a really nice deep dive into the history of the Historical Society itself and kind of laid out the whole roadmap of how we got to the point of opening the Heritage Center. So very nice article. Encourage you guys to check that out. We were also featured in Voices of Montana in early January. They did a radio walkthrough of the Heritage Center with us, and that was a really fun story. And Montana Public Radio also came and did a really nice story on our field trip program, where a reporter followed a group of kids around their tour of the Heritage Center in the Capitol and plugged our education endowment. So lots of really nice stories this quarter. And we also had a lot of attention around Montana Madness, which I don't know, Martha, if you're going to talk more about that in your presentation, maybe a little bit. But you guys are all aware of the Montana Madness thing that we did. It was a big hit, and we got lots of coverage all the way from Ekalaka to Fort Benton to, I think we were featured in like Libby. So all corners of the state featured it, and we're pretty excited about it. And of course, Fort Benton won that contest. So yeah, that was a really fun thing to do.
Real quick, Colton, this is Tim. And I don't know if you were aware of this, but the Montana Funeral Directors Association in their magazine featured the grand opening and had photos. And the reason I know that is the director emailed me and said, "We're doing this. Would you like me to send you a copy?" And so I have a copy if you want it.
No, I would love to see that. I didn't have that one logged in my mentions.
There's probably a few others out there.
There is a small blind spot in my coverage because I just go based on what is posted online. And so if a publication's not posted online and I'm not subscribed to it, I don't have a way to log it. But that's great to know. Yeah, I'd love to see that. We can go to the next slide. I mentioned this at the January meeting, but we have started to track our social media statistics and analytics a little bit differently than we have in the last several years. There were several analytic areas that we were tracking that are just or were outdated. Things like tracking Facebook friends, which is not and hasn't been a thing for several years on Facebook. And we wanted to shift to start tracking our engagement metrics a little bit differently, so that we could use that data more effectively to understand what posts were resonating with our audience and where we had opportunities to expand beyond the scope of what we were currently doing. And part of that, and you guys met our social media coordinator in January, Katie Lindner, who has been doing an excellent job, but she has been really focusing on keeping up the traditional posts that we've been doing, but also expanding to younger audiences and doing like videos that are only being posted on Instagram and things like that have been very well received. And so this quarter, thanks to her efforts, we've seen very large boosts in growth to our followers and view counts and engagement metrics, which is people liking and commenting and sharing our posts. And we saw a particular bump in January. Norma Ashby Smith was honored with the Governor's Spirit Award in January. And so to commemorate that, we shared a post and congratulated her on that award. And we shared a historic video of her interviewing Clint Eastwood when he was here in Great Falls in the 1970s filming Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. And that video on Facebook went crazy. I think we hit almost 1 million views combined on that video. It was like 800,000, and we are still getting traction on that video. People just loved seeing that old video. And so from that, it spawned a lot of new followers and people who are now engaging with our page more regularly. And so seeing how well that video did, we're going to start dipping into our archives of other historic videos and sharing those kinds of things and hopefully continuing to expand our growth. So yeah, really great quarter for social media. You guys should have in your handouts or in your packets a handout that gives you all the stats of social media, which I encourage you to look at. Katie put that together, and it kind of tells you where all our numbers are at, but they're all really impressive and continuing to grow. We can go to the next slide, Molly. So this quarter, we really began advertising in earnest. We talked about this in January a little bit, that we were laying the groundwork for this. And so this quarter, we went ahead and started placing all of the ads that we'd been prepping for. And so we began advertising in several mediums. We have been advertising digitally on Google and on Meta, which encompasses Facebook and Instagram. And those ads have been doing very well. We are at, as of last week, 1.17 million impressions on those digital ads and 44,000 link clicks so far. So that's 44,000 people who have clicked those ads and gone to our website to learn more information about the Heritage Center. And I will detail that a little bit more, I think, on the next slide. But we also began, go back one second. Yep, we also placed billboards this quarter. And so we have billboards on all of the major highways coming into Helena. We have one over by the Bozeman Airport, and then we have one by Clancy, one coming into Helena by East Helena, one near the Great Falls Airport going south, and then one coming into Helena from Broadwater. So we covered all of the major entrances to Helena with these billboards promoting the Heritage Center and the fact that we're now open. And then we also placed several magazine ads this quarter in Montana Quarterly, Montana the Magazine, Western History, Distinctly Montana, and a few other publications. And then we do have several more ads coming soon. As Jenni mentioned, we are going to shift a little bit of that budget in probably starting late May to advertise the History Festival. And we have contracted with the Montana Radio Company and Northern Broadcasting Network to start running radio ads locally and statewide. We've also contracted with NBC Montana to run broadcast cable ads, and those will be beginning sometime this month, and that will run through all of Western Montana. And then we're also going to be placing streaming TV ads that you'll see on services like Hulu and Peacock and things like that. And those will be statewide, and those will also begin later this month. So lots of stuff going on in the realm of advertising, lots more to come, so stay tuned. And then on this next slide, I was going to talk a little bit more about how these search and display ads work. We have kind of two campaigns running with these where one is to drive traffic specifically to the website that we have set up to capture visitors who are interested in learning more. And one is just general awareness. So it's very possible that you guys have seen these ads on Facebook or Instagram if you're on social media. But if you even just pulled out your phone right now and went to Google and searched up things to do in Helena, it should pull up our ad and show you, Montana Heritage Center, #1 attraction in Helena, come visit today. And we know that these ads are working beyond just the analytics and statistics that we're seeing. Jenni has a very nice story where she was in the cafe about a month ago, and she heard a gentleman who asked her if she worked here, and she said, yeah. And he said, this is just such an amazing facility. I'm blown away. We hadn't even planned to come here. He said that they were coming down from Canada, and they were going to, on their way to New Mexico to sell some land. And they'd stopped over in Helena. And that morning they had asked their hotel concierge, what should we do in Helena? And the concierge just shrugged and said, I don't know. And so he pulled out his phone and he looked up things to do in Helena. And we were the first result that popped up thanks to those ads. And so he came and he was blown away and he just really enjoyed the experience. So, we know from the analytics that they're working, but there's a little anecdotal evidence as well that, we are drawing people through the doors. So these ads have been really effective, and we're going to keep running them throughout the summer tourist season. I think our billboards are all booked through early September, and that's roughly when we're going to run the rest of these ads through, and then we'll kind of quiet down in the fall and then pick back up next spring. We can go to the next slide. So in January, I also mentioned that we were working on a new landing page because our current website is not conducive to capturing visitors who are interested in learning more. It's just not very effective, especially on mobile, at getting information in their hands quickly. And so working with our marketing firm partner, Gecko Designs out of Missoula, we created a landing page for our website. And Molly, if you can click that link, we can take a look at it. It is on the montanamuseum.org link, which was previously the construction site, just giving updates on the Heritage Center as it was being built, where people could go and to learn more about the process and what they might expect when it was open, and find donor lists and all that stuff. And what we found is that when you search for Montana Heritage Center, that was actually the #1 result on Google, was that montanamuseum.org website over our own MTHS website. And so rather than, yep, and here we have it right here. Rather than come up with a new domain name, we wanted to capitalize on that search ranking and just repurpose this existing website into a new landing page. And so this is what we have come up with. And you can scroll down there, Molly, a little bit. We have the nice banner, and then we have this really beautiful image of the Heritage Center, which places it in a location with the Capitol right there in the background. And then you can scroll down a little bit more, and a nice call to action with plan your visit, and then a few things that you'll see if you come here, talking about the galleries and what's on display. And then below that, there is the other things. If you can scroll down just a little bit more, Molly. Below that, we have our location and hours. And then below that, we have the other amenities that you can expect to find here beyond the galleries. So the cafe, the gift shop, the library and archives, things that visitors might not be coming here for if they're just learning about the Heritage Center for the first time as a primary purpose for visiting, but things that they can expect to find when they do get here. And then below that, we have a frequently asked questions section where we have that, as it implies, frequently asked questions of, what people are generally wondering if this is their first exposure to the Heritage Center. So this is a very, 10,000-foot view of what we have to offer, but its purpose is to capture those people who are clicking on those links for the first time, or seeing that billboard and Googling Montana Heritage Center for the first time. This is the first they're hearing of it. They don't know anything about it. And here's a very nice laid out page with some beautiful images, quick answers to their questions, and prominent calls to action that will drive them to our main website, where they can then plan their visit and get in touch with someone if they have other additional questions. So we are really proud of this, and it's been pretty effective so far. We are still working on our main website and redoing the main website. We have just hit some hitches in the process with what is allowed within the state environment and security concerns about switching our website hosting platform, but we're working to get that figured out. And in the meantime, we're continuing to work with Gecko to come up with the designs for the new website. We have a finalized sitemap structure of what that website is going to look like that is much more intuitive than what we have right now for a user, compared to what we have right now, which is much more focused around how we're structured internally and not how external users might think to find things on our website. So the new sitemap is based solely around the user experience and where they might think to go to look for what they're trying to find. So that the structure has been finalized, the designs are still in process, and we should have some designs to share with you guys by the next meeting, and hopefully an update on timeline of when that will be implemented as well at that point. We are going to be putting out an RFI, a request for information, on the development side of that website build, because Gecko is only doing the design. They are not doing the implementation, so we are going to have to hire the implementation out. But we are going to be putting out an RFI to hopefully get a better understanding of what we need to put into a limited solicitation or an RFP or whatever we end up doing there to build out that actual website. And then next slide. There we go. In addition to everything that we've been doing digitally, we are, of course, not neglecting the print side of things. So we have been working on producing new brochures and postcards and all kinds of print material that we have been distributing to visitors. We have a really nice brochure that I don't think we have an example of it here, but we can get you guys one that talks about the Heritage Center, and we're going to be using that one to distribute to other museums and institutions around the state to help encourage visitors to come see us. And then we are currently printing a companion piece to that talks about the Historical Society itself and what we do for people, and encourages them to support us through membership or donations or whatever it is. And that will be on display here, but it will also be sent out alongside that Heritage Center brochure as a companion piece to those institutions around the state. We're working on a small visitor's guide that just has, guidelines to the conduct or how you should conduct yourself while you're in the building, and some frequently asked questions about hours and things like that, as well as a large map of the Heritage Center. We're finding that people sometimes get lost, and so we are going to be printing a brochure with a map that will help them navigate alongside some of those questions. We also have some postcards that we have that are really nice that say "Now Open," that we have been giving to our partners like Visit Helena, the tourism bureau here in town, who have been taking these postcards with them to conferences around the nation, Salt Lake, Seattle, all of that stuff to help draw more attention to the Heritage Center.
Colton, this is Tim. Would it be cost prohibitive? I know in a lot of the hotels around the state, they have racks with brochures for local things to do, whitewater rafting or whatever. Is that cost prohibitive to get those out to hotels to have them available, do you think?
No, not at all. We are planning to distribute some of these materials to hotels as well. We are putting together a list of those institutions around the state. I believe Jenny has it, of the museums at least, and then we're going to be looking at hotels and other tourism destinations. And part of that, the advertising that we've been doing too, especially with like Montana Quarterly, we looked at where those are being distributed, and like that publication in particular is going to some of the higher end hotels around the state and is available on the bedside of every room of some of these higher end hotels. So we're very much looking at distributing to hotels as much as we can. But all of this stuff is going to be put on display very soon. I think they might even be installing it as we speak, but there's a rack card holder that is going to be mounted on the wall in the central commons where the coat racks currently are. And we are going to be putting all of these brochures and our sample issue of our magazine and membership brochures, everything else that we want to promote, as well as some local Helena brochures and attractions to help drive business downtown as well, on display. So I believe that's being mounted as we speak, and that'll be up very soon. Yeah.
Bill Jones, we travel quite a bit, and one of the handiest things I found in hotels and whatnot is those tear-off maps they have. And you ask, what to do, where to eat, and they'll say, here you go, and they circle it or whatever. That may be something to consider to get into hotels and maybe restaurants and campgrounds and those kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that way, and then have this building highlighted right in the middle of it with big arrows going to it. Pick me, pick me.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I love that idea. We do have maps of Helena that are currently being distributed through our security desk because people do ask often, what else is there to do in Helena? And we have those maps. And the Helena, is it Downtown Helena, I think, has put together a brochure that actually is, they have two versions of it, one that is meant to display here and one that is meant to display at all of the downtown businesses, with directions to get to either the Heritage Center or downtown, depending on which location you're in currently. And so there's a really nice reciprocal relationship there that drives traffic directly to us and then back to our partners downtown. So, but yeah, I love that idea of a map to be distributed more widely as well.
Yeah, thank you, Colton. That's a great job. I was just thinking, given the popularity of Clint Eastwood, and of course, a lot of that is our Norma, almost 1 million people were interested in that. Has anybody thought to personally invite Clint Eastwood? You never know. He just might want to have an excuse to visit Montana again. I know that in our museum, we just had 3 presenters. Each one of them were 100 and very sharp. And they were very happy to be asked to attend and be present. And I just watched that movie that Clint filmed in Jackson also. I think it was in 1980. And also he was up in Glasgow filming something. And I just thought, maybe a personal invitation. Wouldn't that be fun if Clint Eastwood could actually show up at our grand opening and make an appearance?
Yeah, that would be pretty incredible.
Give me an address. I'll send him a note.
Yeah, no, that's not something that's been discussed, but it's a great idea. I'm happy to look into it and see. I mean, I don't know how we would go about contacting him, but we can certainly look into it. I don't see a reason why not to. If you don't ask, the answer's no, right? So,
Jeannie may want to add about 5 or 6 to the number of people.
yeah, I think that is all I had for you guys, unless there are any more questions.
Any questions for Colton or comments?
Hi,
Great work.
All I can
Excuse
say
me.
is good work.
Somebody's online.
Yeah, this is Candi. Yeah, thank you for all the good work you do. The information is really interesting and so thorough. I'm very impressed by all the work that you do there. I thought the recommendation about Clint Eastwood was amazing. His birthday is May 31st. I just looked it up. He's quite elderly. He's 95, but wouldn't that be cool to have a Clint Eastwood, Norma Ashby reunion? I mean, that'd be the way to frame it is she's a board member and, that would be a cool PR technique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll take a 15-minute break at this point, and if you'd be back in your chairs or in front of your computer at 10:55, we'll then reconvene with Emily and a financial report. Thanks.
Mute, and then you go. Oh. You can read that.
Yeah. Wave, microphone, media, audio device, microphone, and audio device, there, speaker, audio device, select the speaker. Maybe we should call them.
Norma, your microphone is working.
Is it? Oh, good, because I wanted to say that it's real. I'm sure Clint would come if he was invited.
Yeah, they're on break right now, but tell them when they come back, because I think that'd be so cool. That was a
I
great
think so
idea.
too. He just loved Montana. He loved being here. And I think, and he is 95. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it is.
Candy, are you on or are you at home?
I'm at home.
Oh, you are? Well, good, hon. We
Yeah,
didn't think you probably would come because the weather's supposed to be terrible today.
yeah, that's what I thought. It doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as it was, but then they said maybe this afternoon, and I thought, nope, I'm not taking a chance. So I just.
I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, I know it. We have to go to Missoula next weekend, but I think it'll be better by next week.
Yeah, that should be well, Montana. You gotta love it. We need the moisture.
What a crazy winter this has been. It's the second warmest winter in our history. Isn't that a riot?
Yeah, not surprised. Boy, it's been fantastic calving. I'm so happy for my husband that it went well for him.
Yes, that's great. Well, anyway, I'm so happy. We finally got me unmuted so I can talk. I've been wanting to say something and I couldn't. So
yeah.
My husband came in here and helped me.
Good. So do you know how to put it back on mute and then take it back off again?
I'm not sure. I think a little thing here that says mute. It looks like I just hit that little mute button and I'll be back on mute.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Hey,
anytime.
Norma.
Yes.
And Candy, can you hear me? It's Mary.
Yeah.
Hey, hi. We're on break,
Mary?
but yeah.
Mary? Oh
yes.
my God. Hi,
Hello
dear.
there. We can hear you, but we're on break. I wanted to ask you, Norma, do you have any way to get a hold of Clint Eastwood still? Or
Well,
how did that work?
I think I could because that was a memorable interview in the 1970s, and people, it still runs here. You can get it at home. You can get my interview at home. Just go to Norma Ashby Interviews Clint Eastwood, and it's on YouTube. It's on several things, and it's watched all the time up here.
Yeah, but I mean, contact information.
Yeah, well,
for
I
him.
think I could. I think I could try. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great because Molly and I were just wondering. We were going to ask Allison Whitmer in the film office if she had any, way to get a hold of him.
Sure.
But mailing address, whatever.
Yeah, well, we'll work on that. That would really be thrilling. Wouldn't that be fun to have him come for the grand opening?
Oh my gosh, and have a photograph of you and Clint again?
Yes.
Well, I'm 90 now and he's 95. Isn't that a riot?
Yep.
God, everybody's living longer. But he's still producing movies and his son is in movies now. Yeah, his son. He grew up to be a movie star too. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he is. I don't know if he's kept the name Eastwood, but he should have if he did. But he's tall and handsome young man. Yeah. So, well, he'd be middle-aged by now, probably in his 40s or 50s. Well, Mary, how have you been? How's your business doing? Did she leave us? Or maybe she's on mute now, too. But... Well, Cindy, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, good, hon. Well, what's going on in your part of the world?
Oh, been just working on getting survey reports done and enjoying life. It's all good.
Oh, wonderful. And how's your foot or your leg doing?
It's doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm healing. It's taking a while, but it's healing.
Oh,
How about you? How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing some physical therapy to try to get rid of this walker business and get strong enough so I can walk without my walker.
So
Good.
that would be good. Yeah. But
Yeah.
ever since I had that aortic valve replacement in my heart, I've had to use that walker just because of stability and mobility. But I still, get around, and I've got a great husband that makes sure that I'm okay all the time. So that's good.
Yeah. So
Oh.
he did he go off and do what he was going to do today? I know you said that was why you couldn't come, as he had things to
Well,
do.
he's leaving at noon for a men's retreat of our church, and there's over 200 men have signed up to be there. He's gone for 16 years, and it's his great break in the summertime to get away and with all these great buddies, and they just have a ball. They go to a wonderful retreat place called Camp Utmost, and it's just beyond the turnoff to go to Sealy Lake, and it's in the woods, and they just have a ball together. And one of your trustees is going to join him in his room with two other guys. There are four guys that get together and room together, and it's Chris Warden who's on your board, and
Nice.
they just have the best time.
Oh,
And Chris Warden and his wife have invited us to come to Missoula next Friday for a wonderful celebration for Aaron Flint, who's running for the legislature. And he's on radio. He used to be on radio. He's no longer on it now, but he's a great friend of ours. And so we're looking forward to do that. He's in a different district than we are, but we're really supporting him. We really hope he wins. He's just a young man, and he's just really, really good. And I think he'll win. We hope so.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. It's good he's got your support too. That means a lot too.
Yeah. Well, we sure like to see good people in our legislature and in our government. And there's so many crumbs that are in government now that are resigning, getting fired.
Yeah, some that need to be fired.
Yeah, you know what? I tell you, well, the Democrats just drive me crazy sometimes what they do, and they're so difficult.
Well, I think it's all of them. They all have their issues. It's not just one, that's for sure.
I know, isn't that for sure? Well, it looks like you're getting a lot done, and that last guy with his PR work, my God, he's wonderful. Isn't he? He's doing a great job. The guy that just gave the report on his marketing, and Colton Tash. He's a new one, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been there for a while, but he's not been there for a long while. Yeah, he's really good.
He really is. I can't get over that. And I think it's a wonderful idea to pull up some of these older names. I've got a whole raft of those kind of people that could be featured. I've got Evil Knievel. That would be fun to feature him. I did 4 interviews with him.
Wow.
And he's really fun. And Bob Newhart, and the old actresses like Olivia de Havilland
Wow.
and Joan Crawford.
My gosh, Norma.
I've interviewed 26,000 people, and the Historical Society has most of those interviews.
When you interviewed the Queen of England, did you have a video of that?
I got to meet Princess Margaret before she died, and I was in a wonderful reception with her, and I went and gave her Lady in Waiting a painting from a print from Montana, and I was there with my mother. That was a long time ago, but that was a thrill. And you weren't supposed to speak to her unless she spoke to you first. And so I wore a big badge saying, "I'm from Montana, the Big Sky Country." She looked at my badge and she said, "What is that?" And since she spoke to me first, I said, "Well, Your Royal Highness, I'm from Montana, the Big Sky Country, and I'm so proud and happy to meet you." And all these girls around me just looked at me like, "Gosh, you got to talk to the princess." So that was funny. But anyway, that was a big moment.
What a good way to approach her. That was genius. But just like those things, that's really neat.
Yeah.
And obviously the footage has got some traction, and older footage. Yeah, it's really amazing.
And it was so funny because she had 2 little kids, and I arranged for 2 children from the Blackfeet Reservation to send her a gift for her children, and her Lady in Waiting wrote me a thank you note with from the
from the White House, from the Queen's home, and I just thought that was really special too. So that was fun.
Oh man, that's really awesome. Yeah, that's what a neat connection. How did you like the? Oh, it looks like they're going to get started, Norma.
Okay, dear. Well, I'll be listening. Thank you, dear. Nice to talk to you guys.
Good to talk to you.
Mhm. Tim?
Hi, Norma.
Hi, Tim. I'm finally unmuted. I just wondered if I could have a second to, now that I'm unmuted, I'd like to have a second to say that I'll be happy to try to get in touch with Clint Eastwood. And
Sure.
I
Yeah.
talked to Candi and Mary Helen during the break, and they said, "Gee, you think you could get him to come for the grand opening of the Heritage Center?" And I said, "Well, that's a great idea. Wouldn't that be fun if he would come?"
Yeah, it really would.
And I would be there and I'd meet him. And what I think that would be helpful is if Colton would send me a note and just tell him the great result he had by using that little visual of the two of
Yeah.
us, and the result that had in his statistics. And I could include that in my request for him to come. And
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. And if you'd have me tell the date, that would be the best day, maybe the grand opening day or whatever day you think would good. And maybe he'd bring his son who's now in the movies, and so that would be kind of fun too.
There's a lot of famous actors that are from Montana.
I know it.
Several of them are University of Montana grads. That's probably why they're so successful. But
well, he loved right, and he loved his time in Montana. And
okay, thanks, Norma. We are reconvened, and we'll start with Emily and our financial report.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Fox and all the trustees. It's good to be here with you. I have the financial report in front of me that I will go through with you, as well as we have a private funds report that I will review with you briefly, and then I'll be available for any questions as well. So starting with our report for the third quarter, this is our results from July 1st through May 31st. Let's flip here. And we'll start with the statement of net position, declaring all of our assets and liabilities for the agency. I just want to highlight to you the most important numbers and some of the changes that have happened since the last quarter. So you'll notice that we have a large cash balance overall of nearly 18.2 million. This is up from 16.8 million at the end of December. The reason we're carrying such a large cash balance is that as we had raised all of the private donations for the building of the Heritage Center, A&E is now pulling from that fund and they are now paying the bills. So as they have cash needs, I am moving and selling our investments to move into cash to be available to pay those bills. So this is just a reflection of that, and correspondingly, the actual short-term investments have gone from 11.5 million at the end of the last quarter down to 9.25 million. And that is the selling down of those investments to pay those bills. And just in the last week, A&E paid over $14 million worth of bills for the Heritage Center. So what we will see happen here is towards the end of the year is that cash balance is going to settle into more of a normal balance. We'll probably just have a few $1 million there because all of that cash from the Heritage Center Fund will be getting transacted out and used to pay those final bills for the construction project. Wanted to note that our development team continues to do a good job on collecting our outstanding pledges. We do have pledges that are extended out. They are not all due right now, so we will continue to have a pledge balance. But in the last quarter, we collected over $300,000 worth of pledges. So that pledge balance now is sitting at 1.8 million. The receivables that are noted on the assets of 778,000. The biggest portion of that is in our governmental activities funds, and that's 732,000. That's reflective of the tax receivables that the Department of Revenue anticipates that we will collect for the accommodation tax funds that are directed towards our agency to pay for our expenses within the agency. Other than that, assets have remained consistent with the last quarter. We have purchased some additional fixed assets as we've added in equipment and such in the building, and you'll note that when we talk about our private funds and the changes there. But overall, our total assets went down approximately $1.2 million since the last quarter. Do you have any questions on assets and liabilities? Liabilities remained consistent with last quarter, so. All right, we'll go to the next page. Molly, are you helping me on this? Thank you. All right, so statement of activities. First, we'll talk about our governmental activity funds. The first one is our general fund. You'll note that we have a decrease in the net position here. That is typical, and that negative amount will continue to grow throughout the year because the state allows us to spend what we are designated to spend in our appropriation, but they don't actually transfer the cash in until the end of the year when the books are closed in. So we don't see a contribution in until the end of the year when the books close. In our state special revenue funds, this is comprised of our accommodation tax funds, our sights and signs funds, historical interpretation, and a couple other smaller funds, including membership. So that activity has remained consistent. We're slightly over on our expenses versus our revenue, and that is primarily just due to timing of when those, especially the accommodation tax monies, are coming in to pay expenses. And I'm in the process of analyzing that. I just met with our budget analyst, Nancy Hall, last week, reviewing where the status of our collections for accommodation tax are, and they are exceeding expectations of Department of Revenue and what we were appropriated. So she and I both felt good about knowing that we have adequate cash and availability of our tax funds coming in to pay all of our appropriated expenses in those funds. With our federal funds column, that is representative primarily of the NPS grant that helps SHPO operate, and we are on track for the spending there. I'm sure this will be addressed by SHPO staff. Kate will be talking later today on Pete Brown's behalf, but good news there is that I think you all are made aware at the end of January, SHPO was informed that they are receiving the federal funding. They were approved for that. And then just recently, there was notice. We were informally informed, from what I understand from Pete, that the grant portal, they call it the Notice of Funding Opportunity, NOFO, is going to be made available to us, and we will be able to submit and apply for the grant to then draw down the funds for the current grant cycle. And that grant cycle actually started last October 1, and we've been very prudent in managing our costs, waiting for that opportunity to open. And in the meantime, we have approval to continue functioning and operating and drawing down as needed from, if we have to, we can balance out from the general fund until we have time and can draw those funds down from the new grant. So we're in a good spot now, and we're very hopeful that by June 30 that we'll have the grant application in and be able to draw down the funds as we need to for SHPO. In our trust funds column, this is representative of all of our non-expendable and expendable trusts. We continue to receive gifts in for those trusts, and we're sitting in a good spot there. I'm very pleased to see over $500,000 worth of investment earnings on all of our endowments and spendable trusts as well. We do have in our costs for those funds, we do have some personnel that are paid out of those funds that were authorized at the discretion of the director. We've got an IT intern that's being partially paid. We have our new tour guide scheduler who is being paid as authorized by the board out of the Montana History and Civics Education Endowment Fund. She is a part-time staff and is working hard to manage all of the great student tours that are coming in and issuing grants to those school districts. And that's really been a very positive thing for O&E that I'm sure Martha will talk about today. And then our just general operating costs out of those grants. This is helping to pay for a lot of the startup and opening costs of the agency. And you'll note that within our equipment and capitalized asset costs, there's an amount of $1.3 million. I do want to note we have expended a large portion of expendable funds this year to purchase needed items to open the Heritage Center. This number does contain a paper loss of $400,000. So we did not actually expend a full $1.3 million. It is closer to $900,000. The $400,000 paper loss was originally when we received the Nygaard gift of land that was out by Three Forks. That was booked at $1.35 million, and we sold it for $950,000. And therefore, on the books, I had to record a $400,000 paper loss. So that tends to cast a different look on that number. That's not true for total cash out the door. So any questions on the governmental activities? All right. So we'll talk about our business type activities. These are activities of the agency that work to strive to charge for their services to cover their operating expenses throughout the year. They are allowed to carry over their net earnings or perhaps go into a deficit if there's available cash. Within publications, there's been an improvement in their overall position for the year. From at the end of December, they were negative 46,000. They're now a negative 9,000. We're continuing to monitor that. The activity of pubs very closely, and we're working collaboratively together with Jeff, his team, and across the agency to do everything we can to assist in the positive performance of that enterprise fund. Then within the State Historic Preservation Office, they have an enterprise fund where they charge to have access to their cultural resources database. They've had significant activity within the last quarter. Charges for servicers are up. However, also their operating costs are up. They've been able to embark with our state IT department on an improvement in reformatting and updating of the database, and that is costing approximately $20,000 a month, and so their operating costs are up. You'll see that they are in a negative. This is something that we planned for, and we are comfortable that this activity is normal. They have more than enough assets at their disposal and cash at their disposal to accomplish this rebuild and reformatting of the database. So you'll see that even their end net position at 3/31 is still over $300,000. O&E, their enterprise fund, handles not only their history conference activity, but also the sale of books and efforts for education across the state that meet their needs, and they have costs that come out of that. They're operating at a good positive $9,882. The gift shop, despite being closed for upwards of 2 months this year as they moved from downtown to our location here, is really doing well. I hope you'll have a chance to go shop and see all the curated gifts that are in there. The staff have worked really hard to bring in items that'll appeal to a wide variety of audiences, and we're really focused on that Montana-made effort. And I think that we're up to over 60%, and we're aiming for higher of everything that we sell being Montana made. Then library and archives and museum, those efforts are for selling copies or license fees of use of photos or access to items that the public wants to have copies of in our archives. And so now that we're fully reopened, we'll anticipate that this revenue continues to increase, and the slight deficit that they're showing will probably resolve within the year. Are there any questions overall on our statement of activities?
I just had one question. Where does room rentals and facility usage fall on the revenue chart?
That's a very good question. So, the event center and the cafe operations, of which the agency receives a portion of gross sales, we receive about 2%. And then after a 4-month hiatus, then we will also receive from the cafe vendor a payment. They'll reimburse us for the rent charge. We did give as part of an enticement to get a vendor in there, we gave them a vacation from rent for 4 months. That revenue is actually recorded currently. It's part of our 02850, our Montana Heritage Center Operations Fund, which is actually a state special revenue fund. And it actually just came up as a topic with the office of the governor's budget office. Thankfully, Molly and I approached a year and a half ago. We approached the budget office and wanted to make sure that we were clearly understanding how they wanted us to record the revenue, because we anticipated our event centers were going to be popular, and we thought perhaps they would want us to set it up as a business type activity. The directive they gave us last year and a half ago was no. They really wanted that revenue to just be an extra revenue stream into the 02850 fund, because the money was supposed to be used, it is supposed to be used to, if we have revenue coming in, to help pay for the operations of this beautiful building. So we began doing our sales and recording that revenue just as it is. Well, just last week, the question came back to me, and internally at the budget office, they're like, "Oh, you guys are making revenue over there." And I said, "Yes." And why are we doing it that way? And I reminded them that because I went through the state treasurer, I went all the way to the deputy budget director, and all that decision was made. And I actually just got word yesterday. They had discussions within the governor's budget office yesterday. They have determined they are going to they do want us to remain keeping that revenue in that fund. It would be my pleasure to break that out in a separate report if the board would like to see. I could provide a supplemental report if you'd like, if you want to see what kind of additional revenue we're bringing in, or maybe even just a report on the Heritage Center operations itself that shows here's the tax revenue coming in to pay for operations, here's our additional revenue we're bringing in from Event Center. Whatever is at the bequest of the board, I'm happy to do so, because it does get commingled in here quite a bit.
Yeah, I think, Emily, I think we're actually obligated to know those numbers as if it goes towards paying for operations. That's part of our fiduciary duty to know what those numbers are. And plus, I'm just interested. I mean, I think we all anticipated that the event center in particular would be popular, but just how popular, it's nice to know. And since the money eventually gets into our operating budget, does it offset other money that we normally would receive, like accommodation tax or general fund money, or how does that work?
It does not offset. So the event center rental revenue, the way that we've been allowed to operate on this so far, that money comes in, and we are expected to just pool it in with the accommodation tax monies that are also being distributed to us from Department of Revenue, and use that plus additional monies that we earn from event center sales towards operating the building. So I track it all within the 02850 fund, but we do track event center revenue separately. So I can definitely break that out. And, you know, we do anticipate it'll be a growing revenue stream for us, but there are constraints to that. We have staff constraints. There's obviously physical constraints, and as many, right now the demand is exceeding our ability to meet the demand because of, you know, we only have 2 staff right now, plus security, that can manage and conduct all of the events. So we're trying to strike a very delicate balance, and we've had many meetings internally to discuss that balance and what we can do. And may I talk about the ask of I just completed an analysis of what the revenue stream is and where we think the revenue stream is going. And I will be submitting a budget change request to the budget office. And I've already talked to our analyst about this, that out of the revenues projected, we do want to ask the governor's office to approve modified positions to allow us to hire one more AV technician to assist with all of this amazing AV we have in our events spaces. That person would supplement and assist Bennett, who right now is a one-man show and he can only be so many places at once. And then secondly, we want to ask for a 0.5 FTE to assist Allison Leak, who coordinates all of the events. And we think with those additional people, we can serve and provide even more events to serve the public and meet the demand. And hopefully, you know, our goal, as Molly has always directed, is we really want to make this an inviting space and bring people here to help engage them with who we are. And hopefully that blends into wanting to become a member, shopping in the gift shop, spending more time in our galleries, maybe becoming a donor, you know, and just building that whole relationship, because the more we can share with them Montana's history, whether they're just here for a meeting in a conference room or they feel enticed to bring their family back because this was the first time they were to the building, that's our goal. So
I'm glad that Chris brought this up and appreciate your comments, but maybe we should just make sure that the minutes reflect, unless somebody objects, that we do have an efficient, maybe simplified summary reported to us regularly. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And, you know, in the budget to actual report, which is the next page we'll go over, we do break out, you know, accommodation tax. That is comprised of 2 funds currently. It is the Historical Interpretation Fund and the Montana Heritage Center Operations Fund. Those 2 funds are both funded by accommodation tax. If the board is interested, I can break that out differently as well, because although they're funded by the same sort of taxes coming in, we actually, when accounting and the program staff are deciding what kind of expenses can go towards those funds, we actually have different guidance that we follow. So historical interpretation is actually quite broad, and we do almost everything we do here at the Historical Society could be attributed to offering historical interpretation, whether it be staff at in the library and research reference room offering their services, their staff work, or we are doing some promotion or what have you. Many times we're able to attribute those costs to the Historical Interpretation Fund. But then if it's paying for the lights or paying for rent or you know, paying for other staff, then that cost goes, you know, perhaps to the Montana Heritage Center Operations Fund. So there's some nuances in how we track internally, and we make sure that we're abiding by the statutory guidance of those funds. And I'd be happy to break that out further in the report if you'd like.
Emily, I think both of those things would be great, you know, breaking that out, and then also, you know, the revenue from the cafe and the event center. I think we'd all benefit from tracking that.
Yeah. My question was more, and I think it's answered, is it significant?
Right.
You know, if it contributes more than 3 to 5% of the revenue, we should be tracking it. And I would even argue that we should talk to the budget office about breaking it out. What I don't know is their constraints on how many revenue accounts you can have and all of that works. But I love that you're offering to break it out, because if it's significant and we're actually investing against it, if there's going to be expenses against that revenue, having that visibility is really important. And I'll just say one thing. This is, I think, my 6th event in this building. And it doesn't surprise me that you guys are having some strains behind the scenes, but it sure, because I would expect you would, but it sure is not visible to the people. I mean, you guys are running this like it's a top quality event center. And I know there's many, many people behind it, but I've gotten to know Bennett just watching him at these events, and he's absolutely fantastic. I don't know if he's hiding behind a window.
I can see him back there.
But almost,
He's peeking out. I can see his face barely, but yes.
if you don't know Bennett, you should come out and take a star turn, because this guy deserves a standing ovation, not just from us, but I think from anybody who's done an event here. And I know there's lots of other people on your team that are doing that, but you're doing it so well. And if it is bringing in revenue, gosh, let's look at that and see what can be done with it, because maybe it'll taper off. Who knows? I was just kind of curious. What's the total amount? What percent, or what's the amount that you're making on rentals? And
If you'll give me just one moment.
it could be provided later. I don't want to. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to take. You're doing an incredible presentation, by the way. I don't want to take you off of that. That's really all I had to say. Thanks,
Chris. I'll just note we did pull those numbers. Emily and then Allison Leak, who runs the event spaces, pulled those numbers, both kind of what's booked events, what revenue they brought in, what booked events moving forward. We think that revenue will be, and what we're kind of projecting out for that. So we can provide that to the board.
Thanks.
Yeah, happy to do so. All right, so moving on, please, to the next next page is the budget to actual report through March 31st. And I'll just make a comment. First, I'll address this one, and then I will note that I did provide you also a second budget to actual report, and that was through the middle of April, through April 14th. And the reason I did so is that we did have some adjustment, some additional entries that we were able to make after March 31 that I wanted to highlight to the board, that helps define how the agency is operating. So as we look at our total budget amounts through March 31, our general fund, we are currently, I'm going to do this. We are currently 2.2 million in expenses, and we have our budget remaining of 31%. So we're on track there for what we are appropriated and able to spend for the last quarter. As we look through our state special revenue funds, you'll see that they're broken out here. We just talked about the accommodation funds. Sites and signs, I'll highlight this one. Currently through March 31, we had spent $318,000, and there was quite a bit remaining to spend. The biggest reason for this is that you might recall we are allocated in our current budget an extra we had at our disposal $507,300 that we did not allocate out until end of March, and then asked budget office approval to then allocate across the agency. The reason we held back on that is that due to the uncertainty of SHPO being funded, we did not want to commit that across the agency until we were quite comfortable that SHPO would be funded. Otherwise, we were going to tap into those funds to maintain the operations of SHPO and employment of the SHPO staff. So right in March, we were working with the budget office to get approval of how to spend those funds. We did achieve approval of over $1.3 million worth of budget change documents, which did increase our budget. If you look at the second column, you can see our fiscal 26 budget adjustments. We did process several budget adjustments through the last couple of months. And you'll note that there's a total amount of 1.3 indicated at the bottom, or sorry, a little over 1 million. It's not 1.3 because that $500,000 actually was just moved around between funds. So it doesn't total into this amount at the bottom, but we did get approval to move it into other areas of other programs. So overall then, our culture and aesthetics project is on track. That money actually carries over into next year, and the museum is working on what they need to do in spending those funds. Membership, we did process, as Jenny alluded to, an increase in the budget in the membership program. There was available cash to do so. And so we asked for additional authority to spend in that budget, and that's given us the ability to have additional operating expense. So that is sitting well. Original Governor's Mansion and Senate are very small, but overall then our state special revenue funds, as of March 31, we had 43.5% remaining to spend. Our federal funds, we remain consistent here. Historic Sites Preservation, that is our NPS grant that funds operations and SHPO, had 30% remaining. And then miscellaneous federal grants, this is primarily comprised of the historic Bethel Union Church Restoration Project. That is a pass-through grant that we are managing. And so far, they're working hard at Great Falls to get that restoration project up and running, but the bills have been quite slow, and we anticipate some more bills to come in before June 30, but this authority will extend over into next year. We're not anticipating being able to fully spend that amount in this fiscal year. And then within our business type funds, in accordance with budget, we are within our budget amounts. We do have 38% of our budget remaining for the last quarter, so we feel confident there. And then just to expand a bit more about detailing about the budget adjustments, I talked about the membership budget adjustment, but in accommodation tax itself, there was budget adjustments of $521,000 that we had approval for from the budget offices in the last quarter. $300,000 of that was, and Jenny has talked about this, Department of Commerce has been very collaborative with us, and they did give us a grant at the beginning and at actually end of last year for use in this year and next year towards marketing the Montana Heritage Center. And so we have authority this year for $300,000 to spend. And then also there was unspent budget money from last year that we were able to carry forward into this year, and we gained authority to spend that. So that added an additional $220,000 for us to spend. Then within the State Historic Preservation Office, the most significant budget adjustment there down in business type funds was $127,000. And that was a request from their available cash to help pay for increased personnel and staff personnel and the database costs. Every year, we're required to ask for authority to pay for the staff that work in that fund. And so that's a very routine request. And last but not least, in the Outreach and Education Business Type Fund, a routine request that we make is from available cash that the History Conference brings in. We ask for authority to spend that money on their upcoming expenses. So those are the main ones there. And then if I can direct your attention to the budget to actual report as of April 14th, I just want to comment that the main change here is I wanted to be transparent to the board to show that in Sites and Signs, once that budget change was approved by the budget office, which happened like on March 30th, then I was able to process the needed entries within our accounting system to allocate the $507,000 across the agency. And so that then brought our total expenses for Sites and Signs up to $819,000. So now we have a remaining 8% left to spend. This is within expectations because we anticipated being able to to use that money. It was the most significant portion of what we had. And then overall, our state special revenue funds, we are now with about 35% remaining to spend, which is a bit more in line with the rest of our funds as we go into this final quarter. So overall, our total budgeted funds as of the middle of April, we have 35.8%. Yeah, those numbers are small. I'm getting old. So 35.8% remaining in our budget to spend. Can I offer any more answers to questions?
One more question. At the last meeting, I think we talked a little bit about the history conference and its balance of, revenue and expenses. How did that finally kind of work out in the for the last fiscal year, the last history conference? Did we break even, make money, or?
We actually made a little bit of money last year. And it's ironic you mentioned that. We just had a meeting this week talking about the history conference and planning for this upcoming year. So the way that we structure the finances around the history conference is that we ask registrants to pay a fee to come. That fee is meant to just cover the meals and beverages and such. Then, of course, they're responsible for their own hotel. Correct, Martha? And then we as an agency do our best to help cover speaker fees alongside those that register for each event. So right now we're in the middle of looking at each of the events that the O&E team is planning to have occur at the history conference. We're going to look at those costs and then decide on registration costs individually for each of those sessions. So you might, if you sign up for a session that's an hour-long meeting, that cost might only be $20 versus if you go on a tour for 5 hours, maybe you'll pay $50 to help cover the cost of the bus and others. So, but that was well managed last year. And we use a variety of funding sources to help pay for the cost of putting on the history conference. Our 0853 money, which is our historical interpretation money. O&E has an appropriation for that. So some costs get charged to that to help provide the history conference to the public. When staff across the agency when programs send their staff to help at the conference, we try to have those programs tap their own budgets to help pay for their staff's hotel costs and things like that. So we do our very best to manage that and keep the registration and the cost to the public as low as possible while still breaking even. Happy to report we broke even. If the board would like a more detailed analysis of that, I'm actually in the midst of doing that for us internally, and I'd be happy to present something out if you want.
If you're going to produce it anyway, I'm not interested in, wanting to make work, but that would be interesting to see.
All right. How far back would you like to know?
I think just the last year would be
okay.
A good snapshot.
Certainly. Thanks. Are there any further questions on this financial report? With that, then, I'll just have us move to the next report, which is our summary of our private funds. We really want to remain consistent and transparent with the board about where we stand with our private funds and how things are working here. We continue to be in a very healthy position of having expendable private funds at our disposal. And of those, there remains a balance of $2.6 million that are at the discretion of the director. These have been funds that have been collected over the years from donors who really want to have give to us to support greatest need of the agency. And so those are the funds that Molly has been able to use to help address needs of the agency, especially in this year as we've reopened. There's been a lot of unexpected costs, and we are definitely spending every single dollar that's been appropriated to us by the legislature. But for things that maybe we didn't have quite enough funds for, we've been able to then lean back on this money in a way that we've not done before. But we're really grateful to our past and current donors to have those funds available. And things remain consistent here. We're collecting on those pledges as we need to. Are there any questions about the private funds?
No.
All right.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you. There's one other comment I just wanted to make. So in my role, I oversee the gift shop, and I just wanted to offer that I'm working with the gift shop manager and assistant manager, and also working with IT. I know there was questions about wanting to have a, ease of access for the public to join and become a member with the gift shop. And so we have addressed that on the gift shop website. I don't know if this slide was prepared a week or so ago, but just recently, I just was notified yesterday, and some updates this morning even. So now at the bottom of the gift shop, online store.
I can pull it up in just a second.
Can you? Okay, that'd be great. So on the gift shop, one of the reasons that we asked for an updated, we asked for funding we asked for approval in House Bill 10 last session to be able to purchase a customer relationship management database. That's the CRM, this fancy acronym we keep throwing around. One of the reasons we want that CRM is so that we can integrate all aspects of the work that we do as an agency into one database. And so we right now are doing everything we can to move the database project forward, but also work within the constraints of what we can do within state SITSD, our state IT department. There's a lot of firewalls and security protocol that we have to work around. The gift shop staff using Lightspeed, which is it is their point of sale system that they went through a procurement process to select. It's really been a wonderful system for us to procure. And this online store, they developed, they taught themselves how to build the website through Lightspeed. And so they've been able to get all of our products. I think nearly everything that we have that is most available for sale is on the website now, or on the online store. And Molly, I think thank you for pulling that up. If you scroll to the bottom, we were able to add the link there to if someone comes to the gift shop online and they want to move beyond just buying products, they can actually link now to donate, and they can link now to become a member.
May I ask a question, Emily? This is Tim. When I responded to Colton's email with the press release, I think one of the things I mentioned was, well, two things that I mentioned. One was to somehow make it prominent that if they join, they get a discount at the store, right? If they become a member, they get a discount at the store. And I'm not seeing that here, but maybe when you click learn more, you might find it. But I think it's important that they understand that or know that. And then secondly, that the shopping cart, if you will, that's the term that's always used with online shopping, has a place for, they want to join at this level. That automatically goes in, and then it calculates the discount for them since they're joining at the same time they're buying a shirt or a book or whatever. Is that possible? Those two things. One is to let them know right off the get-go that you get a discount if you become a member, and then allow them to purchase that membership along with what other merchandise and get their discount.
Excellent questions, and I appreciate the question. I just currently the way until we get a CRM system set up, we are not what IT has told me as of this morning. What we're able to do right now is provide links on the gift shop shopping site and direct people to the membership information. And we currently cannot sell memberships on the gift shop online store and give that automatically. We're working through all of our options, but from what I've been told, the way that things are set up, we can't offer that currently. I also want to point out that not all members of the Historical Society receive a discount at the gift shop. 40% of the members don't qualify for a discount. It depends on the level of membership that you subscribe to. And we do feel, I've been told by my colleagues that, when people go to our online gift shop store, they're there to shop for product. If we were to try to use that online store to try to explain, like, oh, you can qualify for a discount, but only if you buy this certain level of membership, like that could get a little convoluted trying to do all of that on the Lightspeed gift shop online store. So that's why we've got this direction so that they can go to the main website where all of that is really clearly explained about the different membership levels.
And then ultimately, I'm hoping we'll get to a point where that is integrated.
Absolutely.
But also integrated with our membership list so that if somehow they can be determined to be a member when they're making an online purchase at whatever level it might be, that would qualify them for the discount automatically, right? But we're not there yet, is what I'm hearing. Okay, that's what all you need to know, but we're headed that direction.
Yeah, Jenny.
Sorry, I will just add, and I just updated Emily and Molly this morning because I had meetings with our IT staff yesterday. So we are looking at stopgap measures to try to do something until we can bring the CRM database online. However, we have to work through SITSD, which requires another cumbersome and complicated process. So we're kind of doing both at the same time, bringing on the CRM database through the procurement process while keeping this stopgap measure as an option. I've been just had a conversation with Sue, our IT program manager, yesterday. We'll be bringing those two things along kind of side by side, and we'll hopefully not have to do that stopgap measure because we'll be able to bring the CRM database online quickly. So we're trying to make sure that we're covering ourselves with that, but and the CRM has been the pinch point for us, and we really want to bring this online. And we also want to do it right. So we took the time to make sure that we sought the input from every part of our agency to make sure that everything that we need to be included in that CRM scope of work is in there and how it's listed, whether it's required or it's just an option that we'd like to have. That was all a process of sorting through a whole bunch of, criteria and figuring it out. And Sue's done a marvelous job, but it's been a really slow process, and we're ready. We're like, things are in procurement and we're in the process now, and it's just a matter of those other agencies putting things in the next steps.
You mean there's a bureaucracy within the bureaucracy?
The great news here, though, as Jenny is describing, is once the CRM is procured and we onboard it and we implement it and we integrate it across the agency, the online gift shop, this system that we selected, Lightspeed, is known to be fully integrated typical museum type CRMs. We vetted it. We know that it has worked at other museum organizations. And so we're confident that once that CRM gets put in place, these types of ease of transactions, like, oh, I want to become a member. Oh, I want to get my instant discount. It's going to happen for us. We need to keep following our steps and getting things done to get that CRM in place to get there.
Yes, Bill Jones, just a comment. It wasn't that many years ago when we were really excited when we had 10,000 friends on Facebook. And now the amount of time we spend and money we spend on IT and all this stuff, if we didn't have all that stuff to worry about, we could do this meeting in about an hour and a half. But things have sure progressed. That's for sure. I think they've progressed.
Yeah.
I remember not long ago calling the bookstore to order some books. Now you don't have to do that.
You can still call the bookstore and order books. Yep, they will still take your order over the phone if you want. We even have little cell phones now that they can walk around the store and talk to you and make sure we have it in stock and get your order put on. So,
Jay Russell, I just have a question. We're talking about the gift shop. What about the Norms Cafe? That's a separate private vendor. So I'm assuming we can't offer discounts for members in the cafe. I don't know if you would anyway if we operated ourselves, but I'm assuming we probably can't do that, or what's your thought on that?
That's a great question. With the current contract we have with the vendor, no, I don't believe that we would be able to ask them to offer a discount. It's possible that if we talk to them about an amendment to the contract where we reimbursed them for the cost of a discount, perhaps they would be amenable to that, or we struck a balance of, we'll give you a $500 discount on your rent every month if you'll honor every member to come in to have, a discount on their meal. My concern would be that the vendor is very busy with their own point of sale system. I'm not sure that they're set up to be able to track and report back to us, oh, we offered this amount of discounts. But it's certainly something we could talk to the vendor about if we think that might be of an appeal to the membership. I would defer to Molly.
That brings up another issue too, Emily. This is Tim, and that is, a lot of establishments, cafes included, offer veteran discount or a senior citizen discount. I would expect that before we would allow a tenant in the cafe to do those kinds of things, that would have to be in the agreement. Otherwise, they could give discounts and it would be reflected on our bottom line, right? That we're giving away our money in essence, in some respects. So just for future reference, I guess, as we move forward, if we ever look at that agreement, that contract, or renegotiate it down the road, there's probably ought to be some sort of provision in there on what kind of discounts they can give and to whom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I can just make a comment, we've been, I think, laser focused on helping the cafe be as successful as possible because it's actually an attractant for folks. So rather than asking them to do too much for us at the moment, I do think we see a lot of people come in. I will say every time I'm in there, I think I see at least one or two of my colleagues from here at the Historical Society. We may be supporting Norms Cafe on our own, but that's not really true. There's also a line, so they have a lot of folks coming in. So even if we're not offering a member discount there, it is something we'd have to negotiate with the contract holder to see that, but it's doable.
And there might be other ideas just brainstorming up here as we're talking. Perhaps we could offer if we could offer people that if you're a member and you check in with the guard, there's a $2 coupon off that they'll give you to go into the cafe that we could buy the coupons from the cafe and give them the money. There might be a way around it where we could make it easy, but make it a bonus for the member who's coming in the door. Yeah.
Okay, I see it's lunchtime. Yeah. Any other questions for Emily?
come up with any more, just feel free to email me. Happy to answer.
Good work, Emily.
Thanks for
Thank
the
you.
feedback. Mhm.
All right. So it is the witching hour. I'm assuming, are we going to the cafe or are we? Oh, it's all here. Oh, I didn't notice that. Or had a break earlier. All right. So we are going to take a half-hour break till 12:15 for lunch. Thank you. Okay, folks, Roberta is going to tell us a little bit about the library and archives. And if you haven't been down to her new archival section, go. Well, in fact, she's going to offer something up here. All right.
Hello. Continue eating. Then I feel like you aren't looking at me, so that's good. So we're gonna talk just a little bit about some things that are happening in the library and archives, and then I do have a DX session for you as well. So Molly, can you go to the next screen, please? Or next slide. It's so hard without having something in front of me that shows me what's up there. So as we've been talking about for several meetings, we were into the unwrapping, unpacking, and cleaning portion of the closure, and we finished up most of that stuff during the last quarter. The microfilm integration was, we have over 17,000 reels of microfilm. We had sent some of them off to be digitized by newspapers.com. We had incoming microfilm from the papers that we are filming all the time, the weekly papers throughout Montana. We still microfilm those. We had to put that stuff together into its best interest. Working with one of those. This is moving it into the move back into the storage. It was moved into the regular archive stacks because of the amount of work that was being done above the shelving in the moving image storage. So they think about an hour to 2 hours of work left to finish moving that collection back into its normal spot. So it's been a lot of work, but we got it done. And in the process, we also, next slide, we're open for business. So we reopened the reference room to the public on March 17th. And to prepare for that, as I've mentioned before, I had half of my staff was new and had never worked in the reference room before. And so we needed to, and hadn't worked with our collections because the collections had been wrapped and we couldn't get to them. So what we did to kind of refamiliarize ourselves or to familiarize ourselves with the collections was we held twice weekly reference schools from October to March. And the library manager even conducted a commencement ceremony at the end of a reference school and told us we were ready, and we were. So there's always going to be things that come up that we hadn't talked about or things we need to tweak and fine tune, but things are going really well in the reference room. We have 2 shifts of staff in the reference room each Tuesday through Friday. There's a 3-hour shift in the morning and a 3-hour shift in the afternoon. And so just in the 9 days that we were open from March 17th through March 31st, we had 74 visitors, and those visitors came from 12 different counties in Montana, as well as 3 people from out of state. And people came from as far away as Rosebud County and Valley County. So it wasn't just local and counties surrounding us. They did come to us from all over the state. And during that 9 days, over 600 items were pulled for people to use in the reference room. And that included archives and photo archives, boxes and folders, books and periodicals, microfilm reels, maps and posters, and then vertical files and ephemera. So they're not only coming in to do research, but they're using all kinds of collections. So it's great to see, and things have continued. We were fully booked. We are taking appointments for 6 of our 8 tables for each of those morning and afternoon sessions, leaving 2 tables open for walk-in patrons. And a lot of times we'll have someone come in the morning who hadn't planned to stay into the afternoon, but if there's a table available, then we can make an appointment for them to do that. So I think we will continue that probably through the summer, just to leave a couple spaces open for walk-in patrons, because we have had walk-ins almost every day. So it's a lot of fun to be back in the reference room with people. The next slide. So we are also able to offer our fellowships again. So we're very excited about this. We had fairly good applicants for this year in each of the 3 fellowships that we offer. So the Bradley Fellowship was awarded to Sally Thompson, who will be looking at the Judith Landing site and doing some work around that. So we're very excited about that. The Montana History Network Fellowship is a fellowship that allows students to do research not only with us, but at the University of Montana or Montana State University. And this year's recipient is Arizona Duff, and she will be doing research at all 3 institutions. So that is fun and exciting. And I think it's going to be really interesting to learn about working life soundscapes and what that really means. So we're excited to hear about that. And then the Walter Fellowship was awarded to Samantha French, who is the museum director in Chinook. And she is going to be looking at the history of Old Fort Belknap with potentially writing a newspaper article or sharing information from our collections and what collections we have here with visitors to the museum in Blaine County, and as well as potentially doing a historic sign. So we're excited about that and excited to welcome fellows back into the reference room. So they will be joining us. The Bradley Fellowship is 3 weeks. The Montana History Network Fellowship is 2 weeks. And then the Walter Fellowship is 1 week. And they're expected to be in residence for that time period. And some other things that happened that I didn't put on slides. I had a visit from my favorite FBI agent about a month ago, and he stopped by to let us know that the final Nancy Russell item, which was a telegram, has been located and is going to be returned to us. So we're very, very excited about that. And he has found a way to, they got a bunch of information from eBay and they just have to dig through it to be able to track back to get email addresses and contact information for the people who purchased items. And it's a really long, involved process. And he's hoping that they're going to have an intern this summer that could maybe work through some of that. So we're not able to help in that because it's evidence that belongs to the FBI. So because I offered to help with that, and he said he would have to find out, but he didn't think it would really be possible. So they are still working on our case, and it's exciting to see things being returned to us. Other item is, if the weather cooperates, if you would like to stay after the meeting and do a tour of the library and archive space, I would be happy to provide a tour today. If you would rather not do it today, I can do it again in July for those people who are not here, who might be at the meeting in July, but also for those of you who the weather might be better. So if you would like to, I'll be here through the end of the meeting. If you'd like to do a tour, just let me know.
Are you thinking it won't snow in July?
I'm hoping it won't snow in July. We do know it happens though, don't we? So that's everything I have. Does anyone have any questions for me before we do the DX session?
Mary speaking. I was wondering, do they have any idea of how many unaccounted for items were sold on eBay by the thief, and get an idea of what might have came from here?
We have, I think it's around 80 items that we know he sold. And I just had an archivist work through everything that had been returned to us and returning those items to the collections where they belonged. And she's also adding notes to all of our finding aids where things are missing. And then adding a sheet in each of the folders that says these items were taken during, or, putting information in there about the items being taken and not being returned to us yet. So we don't know. Outside of us, I don't know that he did this in other places, but we still have about 80 items that were sold that we have not received back yet. Any other questions?
Ken Robison, Roberta, I'd like to present you with a copy of my newest book, Hidden History, Great Falls.
Thank you. You'll get it added to the collection. Thank you. I do have a deaccession list for you. It was in your packets. As just a reminder, on the deaccession list, we're putting things on the list that are duplicates or in bad condition or things that don't pertain to our collection. If you have questions about any of the items on the list, I can answer those for you, but I would entertain a motion for the deaccession list.
Jones, so move.
Bill Witsit, I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the deaccession list that you all received. Is there any discussion? None appearing. Kim?
Just a quick question. Do you know how many items are on this list? A bunch.
I do not know how many items are on the list. I looked at it, but I don't know the total number.
Okay. At our museum, we're starting the process of deaccession, and I use this as an example, and we don't have nearly that many.
Okay, any further discussion? None appearing. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right. Thank you,
Thank
Roberta.
you.
All right, next on the agenda is a lunch break. So, darn. Program reports continuing to the museum program with Amanda.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for approving me in this position. I'm really excited to be here officially now. So first up, I can go through my report. I wanted to let you know that we are working on a kids scavenger hunt for the Russell Gallery, and I'll kind of pass that around for you to take a look. It's just a mock-up. It won't actually be on this type of paper, but so we've been working with O&E on that, and so I think it looks really good. It should be a lot of fun. Since our last board meeting, we have installed the firearms exhibit that you probably saw in the renovated lobby. We have also rotated in a new quilt in the quilt case, and so our plan is to rotate quilts in and out about every 3 months. We have almost 200 quilts in the collection, so it should take us a while to get through all of them. We are planning to do the same thing with turning the page on the George Catlin album in the Homeland Gallery. So we're working with Colton to, make some social media posts whenever that happens. So that's pretty exciting too. We are continuing to monitor how visitors interact with the space and make small changes based on their behavior. As you may recall, last time we talked about the mine shaft explosion scaring some people, and so we've updated the language in that sign as an example. We added do not touch signs and please touch signs to other places in the Homeland Gallery. We are working on next exhibits, the very next one being the anniversary of 4-H in Montana. That will open in one of the Commons cases in November or December of 2026. We are also preparing to present a session at the American Alliance of Museums annual conference in Philadelphia. So it's called Creating Enduring Partnerships with Sovereign Nations. And we also presented a version of that at the MAM conference a couple of months ago, or last month. And we are also continuing to unpack and rehouse art and artifacts. We're working now on rolling quilts to place in compact storage, and we're continuing to accept and process new donations. So I have, yeah, there they are. So museum program staff is, they're like Bigfoot. They see a camera and they scatter. And so so I'm going to try next time. Molly, if you want to move to the next slide, I think I might have some examples of, yeah, just a couple of new donations that we have. But maybe next time I can include a couple of staff working there before they see me with the camera. I think that's it for an update on the program, on our program. We do have a couple of loan requests to discuss. The first one is the Denver Art Museum loan of C.M. Russell's Indian Hunter's Return. So you guys did approve of this earlier. The difference now is that they have requested to add the C.M. Russell Museum as a second venue. And so, as you know, we loan to them regularly, and so we would recommend that you approve that request.
Okay, can I get a motion in a second on the loan request to the Denver Art Museum?
I would
I'd
make
like
a
to move
motion
to approve.
accept. This is Candi Zion.
Okay, Candi moved, and Chris.
I'll do a second.
Second.
Yeah, thanks.
Is there any discussion about this loan?
I would just say the Denver Art Museum and JC, who is doing this, curating this show, it's going to be one of the first that's curated on Russell's work from an Indigenous perspective. And it's absolutely wonderful that the Russell Museum is going to be able to bring this show to Montana. I think it's going to be one of the best Russell exhibitions we've seen in 10 years.
That's great. So just to be clear, Amanda, they have one of our pieces in Denver now, or?
It's not there yet.
Okay.
So yes, I believe, let's see. The start of the loan won't be until September of 2026.
Okay.
So it'll first start in Denver for a few months and then shift to the C.M. Russell Museum in May of 2027.
Okay. Any further discussion? None appearing. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next one is a request from the Fremont County Museum in Lander, Wyoming. We have loaned to them in the past. They are requesting 24 of our Joseph Shirley portraits. You have a list of the ones that they requested in your packets, and so we're happy to share these works with them again. So we would also ask that you approve of this request.
Is there a motion to approve this loan request?
Mary will make a motion.
And is there a second?
Second, Jay Russell.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the loan to Fremont County Museum. Any discussion? I have a question. These are originals or prints?
They are originals.
Oh, wow. I've got a number of his prints that, they were in, I think they were on calendars. And someone in my old law firm, Goff Shanahan, by the way, it was originally created by our first state governor, Mr. Toole. In any event, somewhere along the line, they framed them. And then when the firm went out of business, I purchased a bunch of them. They're beautiful. I'd love to see the originals. I guess I'll have to go to Lander, Wyoming now.
Yeah, it's been a few years. Like we did have an exhibit on his works here, in the old space. And so, one thing that you probably know that's kind of incredible about his works is that with these portraits, he most of the time on the back of the portrait, he drew another extra little sketch and wrote a little paragraph on the person who he was
interesting.
painting. So yeah, so with the exhibit that we had before, for a number of them, we set it up so that you could see both sides of the painting. They're not going to be doing that here. It'll just be the portrait itself. But
Okay, any other comments? None appearing. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
thank you. And just in case you're looking at the list of portraits that they've requested, you will notice that one of them is highlighted in gray. And that was a few weeks ago, our conservator, Heather Doyle, had questioned that one to be safe for traveling. So she wanted to look into it, but she has since decided that it would be fine. So thank you. The next one then is, as part of the AAM reaccreditation process, we were asked to update a couple of our documents. And so the first is our collections management policy. So you'll see, I think it's on the second page, there's highlighted language that we want to include, which very clearly states that the original governor's mansion and the collections in it are part of the museum program's collection, and they are subject to the collections management policy. So that little paragraph is just an addition to the policy.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to approve the update to the collections management policy.
I would make a motion to make the update to improve the management policy.
Okay, that's Candi and
Rachel second.
Seconds. Any further discussion? Not appearing. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thanks, Amanda. Any questions for Amanda?
Sorry, Tim, I have one more thing.
Oh,
so there's another document that's kind of part of this process too. It's our institutional code of ethics, which is an appendix to the policy. And so once again, they had asked that we were a little bit more careful with our language and make sure that they match up better. And so on page 5, there's also highlighted language that I would like to add to make it match the policy better. And I have struck out there the language that I would like to get rid of. So I would request a motion on that as well.
Is there a motion in a second to approve the changes to the ethics policy?
This is Rachel, so moved.
Is there a second?
This is Carol, so moved, so seconded.
Okay, Carol seconds, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye, please. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, now, thank you, Amanda. Any further comments or questions for Amanda?
This is Chris. I just had one comment. You mentioned the Montana Association of Museums conference, and you and a couple of your peers presented there. And I was able to be in attendance, and I think Norma and Dwight and maybe some others. And I just want to say your guys' stuff was top notch. I was blown away. I was so proud to be part of the Historical Society. I'm brand new, so but what you did and your colleagues was really amazing and impressive, and you represented us so well.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. And of course, we were happy to be able to participate. It's been a little while, a few years, since a lot of the museum program staff could kind of emerge from our work and, opening the new exhibits. But yeah, we were very happy to do it. Thank you for saying that.
Just for the board's edification, it was one of the largest gatherings of that organization in many years, and our own Christy Scott from Great Falls helped organize that with the board and really took it to a new level. The presentation that you guys did that really impressed me was where you shared a little bit the challenges that you have in your mission to protect the collection, and you did it in a funny way. In a way that I think museum people could really relate to. If you would ever do that for the board, we would love to see that. I would love to see it again.
Sure. Yeah. That was all Aaron Genton. He did a great job, and I'm sure that he would be happy to present it whenever it fits in the schedule.
Chris, I'll just share, we just had Aaron do that for the whole staff here at the
Oh, did you?
Historical
Yeah.
Society on Monday at our all-staff meeting. And it's wonderful. He
Yeah,
just
like
does
it,
a nice job thinking
I almost
about
don't want to spoil for people what it is, but at first you're kind of horrified, but then what happens is you start to appreciate the job that you guys have here, particularly the curatorial team that has to protect that work and the security team. And the other thing I just want to mention is Molly also presented to the group, but she didn't present on this center. She really let her team do that, and they did an exquisite job. I first met Molly when we were in Leadership Montana together, and her address was around leadership in museums, and it was phenomenal. And in a room of leaders, I was also really proud of the leader that we have, and not only what you were able to share, but how well it resonated with all the people in that room. You hit a home run.
Real quick question. Did her presentation include how to deal with board members?
Yes. Tim, there was a picture of you in the presentation. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't at all. It was so full of grace. I almost, I know it would be probably really awkward if you gave it to us, Molly, but I could just say, I don't know if you want to say something about it, but it was so well done.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I had a conversation with Christy Scott when we were talking about what the Historical Society could do to help MAM with their conference. Part of our goals with hosting the conference and having so much participation is to help that organization be more successful. They literally doubled attendance from last year, and so we're hoping that we can help them continue that trend moving forward so that they can be more successful. When I was talking with Christy, we talked about doing something just a little bit different and talking about leadership. And when I gave my presentation, which was to their lunch, at their lunch event, I talked specifically about how we utilized a lot of things here in the Historical Society to ensure we made it through the Heritage Center project whole. In spirit as well as physically. And so talking about a culture of kindness and how we use food and how we appreciate one another, and just so many things that we do to ensure that we work together well, because we are all passionate about the mission that we do, but we don't want to burn out it. So it was really a challenge to put together thoughts to share with the public on how we work, but it was really rewarding to do so.
Ken?
Ken Robison, this would be a good time since we have time for this to go around and you to take a look if you haven't seen it, but this came out during art auction week in Great Falls, and of course Norma's not present here today, but online, and she's the feature on Treasure State Lifestyles. I'll pass that around, and maybe that can go to the library if you don't get it.
And if I might add, Norma, you're the most photogenic board member.
Oh, thank you. It's the first time in my life I've been promoted as a 90-year-old. And it's not a secret anymore how old I am.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate you. All right. Martha, can you tell us a little bit about outreach and education? Welcome, Martha.
Thank you. I don't know. Let's go to the first slide. What we got? Yeah, congratulations, Fort Benton, for winning Montana Madness. As you know, we created that game to promote historic sites and historic preservation, and the Montana Historical Society press book, History of Montana in 101 Places. And Ken said that it really pulled all of Fort Benton together. The high school students were voting, every business owner was voting, and I know that they featured it on their in their newspaper every week. So it was really fun to see Fort Benton kind of rally and be proud of their place. In other news, then the next slide. This is another 101 Places Book News. We were very honored that it was named a Montana Book Award honor book. And this might be stealing a little bit of Jeff's thunder. He accuses me of that. But since since it was our program, it was Ellen Baumler, who started the sign program that we miss really a lot, and Kirby, who's retired from outreach and education, and Christine and I, who wrote the book. I thought we could share the picture, but it was a nice day up in Great Falls recently at the Montana Library Association conference. And next, I'm going to have Ashley Tubbs come up to talk a little bit about Montana 250. Come on up. And she's our Montana 250 coordinator. And because Montana 250 is so important right now, though it's such a big part of what we're doing in O&E, I thought it would be worth hearing directly from her.
Hello, thank you for having me. So, as you know, this year on July 4th, the United States will mark the 250th anniversary since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And the Montana 250 Commission has been tasked with raising awareness of both United States history, Montana history, including the stories of tribal nations. So with this founding mission and the $1 million allocated from the state legislature, the commission has created some signature programming initiatives that I'm going to tell you about, and some funding opportunities to support a variety of commemoration efforts that are happening around the state, as well as participating in some activities coordinated at the national level by America 250 and the White House 250. I think Director Kruckenberg touched on that earlier, showing you a piece that we are going to have in the time capsule, the Beaded Bison. So getting to these signature program initiatives, the first one I want to tell you about is the Montana Tapestry Project. It's People and Places from 1776 to today. It's a pop-up banner exhibit that introduces 8 Montanans who have made significant contributions to the state and the nation since 1776. So it includes a bunch of people, historic figures like Pretty Shield and Grandville Stewart, veteran and Indigenous leader Gilbert Horn, librarian Alma Smith Jacobs, some creative folks as well, like Lily Gladstone. The tapestry also showcases places, resources, and structures that unite us as Montanans. And one that I brought down for example is the banner back here showing Flathead Lake. So we have 6 sets of this traveling interpretive exhibit, and it's going to be on display throughout Montana state parks in their visitor centers. So places like Travelers Rest, Lewis and Clark State Caverns, Bannock State Park, and all 14 panels are going to be on display here during our 250th celebration on June 27th. Yeah, and I brought some little save the dates, and I will circle back to that at the end. Another initiative that I wanted to tell you about is a roadway sign project. So we have 9 high schools that are working on this right now, and they've been given funds to purchase supplies to produce these slogan roadway signs. The school reps are working with landowners to get them up, and it's basically modeled after the 1950s Burma shave signs. You might recall some of those. So for example, one of them is 4 signs in a row, and they have different sayings. One of them says full participation, equal representation for all in our nation. And then the last one says celebrate Montana. So you would drive by and you would see those in order and get that slogan. I was just driving back from Whitehall recently, and I saw one that said they answered the call, joined the service, fought for all, honor our veterans. So those are just a couple of examples, and keep your eye out when you're driving around for those. Another initiative, the commission is working with OPI to create a seal of civics literacy. In order to get the seal, students who are mostly graduating seniors, they must complete the U.S. naturalization test with a score of 80% or higher. They also have to complete the required half credit of their civics course in high school. And then in addition to that, they either have to perform 40 hours of community service, or they can do 20 hours of community service and then take another test, which is the Montana Challenge Test that the Historical Society and the Sons and Daughters of Montana Pioneers work together to create, which is kind of like our Montana version of that naturalization test. So those are kind of the big three initiatives that the task force or that the commission is working on right now. My main focus with the commission is managing the funding opportunities. So with that big lump sum that the commission got, they wanted to get that money out to communities and support some of the local efforts that are happening. So we created a grant program and a sponsorship program. The grant program happened in the fall, and over the end of the year, organizations could apply for up to $50,000 in funding, and their projects just needed to be tied to at least one of our three commission themes, which were our ongoing American experiment, the power of place, and doing history. We had over 80 applications, 32 were funded, and that totaled $420,000. You might have seen a press release go out on that. That might sound familiar. So a few of those recipients were the Museum of the Rockies. They're doing an exhibit. Shodo Elementary School, they're doing a living history wax museum. And Stillwater Historical Society teamed up with Museum of the Beartooths to create a collaborative mural in Stillwater County. So that's kind of what's going on the grant side. And then on the sponsorship program, we're just wrapping up and still getting those funds out the door. This program had $100,000 to put out into the community, very similar to the grant program, just a little bit smaller scale. So it was for organizations hosting events and activities and programs that feature 250th commemoration component that is unique to the recognition of the semi-quincentennial. So some of those that have already been funded were flags for first graders. So 800 students in the Kalispell area each got their own little flag and a booklet saying how the history of the flag and how to respect it and all of that good stuff. We also have fire hydrants that are being painted in planes. Lots of rodeos, parades, community cookouts, all in recognition of the 250th. So in total with those two programs, we have $520,000 that went out to 73 organizations and really all over the state. So you can kind of see with this map where those grant locations are, the sponsorship locations, and then where the tapestry will be as well. So we're all over the place. And in addition to these programs, the commission directly funded Civics Bee, National History Day, the Indian Education for All conference that just happened, and we're going to be sponsoring the Billings Air Show coming up in August as well. And on top of all of that, the commission is working on some special collaborations. We're going to have a Montana 250 beer, whiskey, and ice cream. So kind of working with small businesses to get in front of them and in front of their people. We also have a monthly column in Lee newspapers that comes out, and a monthly book club that covers topics and figures from the United States, Montana, and tribal history. Our next one is coming up on Thursday, May 14th. It's 6:30 to 7:30. It's in person and virtual. They're going to be talking about One Vast Winter Count, the Native American West Before Lewis and Clark by Colin G. Calloway. And then the last thing I wanted to circle back to was that save the date invitation. The commission is working on throwing a big party in collaboration with all of the grand opening events that are happening here. So we're going to have food and music in here to begin with, and then we will move over to the Capitol Lawn where we will have Jack Gladstone playing. It'll be more of a concert style, and then we'll have a flyover. So it's free, it's open to the public. We are a little limited, so it will be ticketed for the portion that is here and restricted to about 300 people. But then the big party on the lawn, we hope will be more people and more fun. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And all of this information is on our website too, if you want more details.
Bill
What's
Jones.
the date of the celebration?
The celebration is Saturday, June 27th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bill Jones, I'm just surprised how many counties aren't doing anything.
So this does not show necessarily what is happening related to the 250th. This is just where our investment in funds is at.
Okay.
So these are just places that have received direct funding through our grant sponsorship program.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification.
You're welcome. I will mention that we have an event calendar on our website where we have offered to market and promote anything 250th going on. So that's a really good place to look. That's more broad, not just stuff that we're doing or that we have put money into. It will feature everything that's happening.
Super. Any other questions or comments? Well, we're going to have to obviously find something for you to do to keep you busy. So I'll leave that to Molly.
One thing, just to be sure, the website is the one that's located on the bottom here.
Yes, it's because we're kind of in a sandwich. So we have the national level, we have a local level underneath us. The national level, we kind of got our URL in collaboration with them. So it should be www.america250mt.
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's the one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, she's a whirlwind and just doing so much. Other things that I wanted to tell you about. Oh, National History Day. The state contest is happening this Saturday. It is bigger and more amazing than ever this year. So I don't know how many of you know about National History Day. It's a 6 through 12 education program where students can work as either individuals or groups doing some kind of project, which could be a paper, a website, a performance, a documentary, or an exhibit. And they compete. So it's like science fair for history, basically, although National History Day hates it when we make that comparison, but that's how I think of it. It's a program that's been around for a long time nationwide, and it's kind of limped along in Montana for many years. I think we ran it back in the 80s. When I think I was here for the last year in 1994, very few schools competing. Then it got picked up by MSU Billings, few schools competing. It went to another organization. And then 3 years ago, Melissa Hibbard and Haley, whose last name I'm blocking on, from MSU, partnered up to build this. And Melissa Hibbard, who works for us in O&E, has just poured her heart and soul into this program. She now has regionals this year there was one in Kalispell, there was one in Dickinson, North Dakota. She set up a two-state regional to get the kids from eastern Montana and western North Dakota involved. There was one here in Helena, and there was one online. And then now we have state coming up. And not only so huge number increase, just exponential increase. But also a real increase in the project quality. So one of the things that that Montana 250 has been funding is our teacher workshops to teach them how to teach kids. And one of the great things, I think I've probably told you about this before, about this program is most middle school social studies teachers have elementary ed degrees and they never studied social studies. And so she is really using this as this amazing opportunity. Anyway, it's going gangbusters. I've been reviewing projects. The project quality is way higher this year than I've ever seen it before. And it's in Bozeman. So if you happen to be in Bozeman, you should stop by and check it out on Saturday.
Martha, what is the day itself?
So the day itself is in Washington, D.C. So we have our state competition this Saturday, and then the top two winners in each category, and there's a junior division and a senior division, individual and group, are eligible to go to Washington, D.C. to represent the state of Montana. And that is, I want to say June 12th, but I might be wrong. But it's in early June.
Okay, and what's the date this week?
This week is in Bozeman in Saturday. This Saturday in Bozeman, and if you happen to be there, just the exhibit hall is open, so you can walk through and see kids' exhibits. You're allowed to watch their performances or their documentaries. So it's just a lot of fun, and they're so excited.
I missed a location.
It's in Bozeman.
But,
it's at MSU. Sorry, it's at MSU.
Yeah.
Give us the date.
Saturday.
This Saturday.
2 days from now.
But in Bozeman at MSU,
It's
where
at MSU, it is in the I know that part of it's happening in Romney Hall. The other thing that she's done is for the kids, while the judging is going on, she's bringing in Hassan Davis, who was a speaker at our history conference. He portrays York. So it's a first-person interpretation of York from the Lewis and Clark expedition. That's just like phenomenal. So he'll be performing. So it's in Romney Hall, and then it's somewhere else on the campus, and I can email you guys out that information when I get back to my desk, exactly where on the campus it's going to be. All right. Of course, we continue with our community events. We had a very successful series of events for Russell's birthday in June, including art workshops, a performance by singer-songwriter Phil Page, tours with Nancy Russell, as portrayed by Mary Jane Bradbury, and of course, cake. So that was a lot of fun. That was in March. I think I just said June, but I meant March. And then the next slide, we also, we continue to do our Thursday night lecture series, but we've also been doing a lot of special programming. And these range from a historic bake-off to art workshops, knitting in the Poindexter Gallery, and for all ages. And we recently had one art workshop relating to the Poindexter. So the art, when I say art workshops, they relate to things in our museum. So we had one on horses, and drawing horses, where the kids toured the Russell Gallery and looked at the horse art, and then went back and learned how to draw horses. And we've done a couple relating to modern art and Poindexter, where they look at the gallery. And we had one during the week of the young child here in Helena for littles, and where they went to the Poindexter and they made their own art. And 3-year-old Bailey had never been in the museum before. This is what her mom said, that she emailed us afterwards, and she said, now after coming to Beautiful Oops, that was what the workshop was called, visiting the Poindexter and then the homeland afterwards, she's talked about wanting to come back to the museum every single day, and she also wants to turn her house into a museum and invite all her friends over to look at the art. So really fun. Then finally, I want to talk to you about field trips, which is the next slide. I just stopped in our field trip office and took a snapshot of the schedule for week of April 13th. This is what our crew is doing. And you'll notice it's schools from all over. You'll notice that they're public schools, private schools, and homeschool groups from big communities and small. So Big Timber, Reed Point, if you look at that, I don't know if you can see that far, but so from all over the state. And it's been really busy and really exciting to see all the students in the gallery. And just one final program note is that Katie White, who's been our volunteer coordinator for the last 19 years, is going to step down as volunteer coordinator. She's going to remain on staff half-time working as our hands-on history Foot Locker coordinator, and we have advertised for a half-time volunteer coordinator, and that is open right now. And so we will be hiring that person hopefully in May. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions for Martha? Great work, Martha.
All right.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Jeff is going to visit with us a little bit. Publications. Jeff?
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. Jeff Bartos, Publications Program Manager and Editor. I'm going to start my report with probably the most exciting thing, which is our promotional issue. This is sort of a greatest hits album of the past couple of years with some really solid articles in it. We printed about 2,000 of these, and in collaboration with membership for the funding, my team put together this issue. The goal of this issue is to get it into the hands of prospective members and subscribers. So right now, primarily led by Karen, my business manager, we are shipping these things around the state. Probably the coolest feedback we've gotten so far is we're shipping them to the people that advertised in the back of the magazine. And we sent a box out to the Northern Hotel in Billings, and they started putting them out, and they started disappearing. So it's getting out there. We're getting great feedback on that. And you should have some in your takeaway packets from this meeting. If you have a location in your community that you think would be a good spot for them, please get in touch with me or Karen, and we will get you more of them, because the idea is to get these things into subscribers' hands. I think that the biggest issue facing publications right now is the decline in membership numbers. And so we're taking a multi-pronged approach towards boosting our member and subscriber numbers. This is one of the major pushes we're doing. And so, yeah, we're trying to get this thing out in the world. We're trying to get it statewide. It's going to tourism regions. It's going to state parks. It's going to hotels that advertised in the magazine, and pretty much anywhere we think that we can get this into the hands of prospective readers, it's going to go to. One of the articles we did feature in here is Jody Foley's History of the Campgrounds of America chain. And so we're going to ship some of these out to KOAs, because our target demographic is retired educated people, and guess who likes to drive RVs around the country? Another major thing we've undertaken in the past 6 months or so is we started working with JK Associates. They're a newsstand consultant, and they help us distribute through an enterprise called COMAG. It's a branch of the McClatchy Retail Newspaper Group. COMAG does newsstand distribution, and JK Associates coordinates our newsstand placement with them. For the winter issue, we shipped about 2,700 copies out for distribution to retail locations. For the spring issue, we sent out about 2,100. They wanted to do a pretty big initial push, and they're adjusting the quantities to best fit the retail locations. I do have preliminary sales results from the winter issue, which is actually really exciting. Right now, we're hosted in Barnes & Noble regionally, so Washington, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Colorado, Utah, and a couple other states in the area. And right now, we're seeing about a 30% sales rate through those locations, which is really pretty great. And in the other distribution chains, we're seeing about a 25% sales rate, which is also really great. So we are realizing revenue from this, but we're also getting, and Jenny can attest to this, some random memberships from like Post Falls, Idaho. And my only explanation is they went in, they found our magazine somewhere. They're like, wow, this is awesome. I want more. And they're now subscribers. So it's a slow and steady process. It's a multi-pronged approach to rebuild membership levels. And there were two options here. We could either sit on our hands or we could be aggressive about it. I chose the aggressive path. So promo issues, distro, and as much as possible working with Jenny to just generally boost our membership numbers and to reinvigorate them. Right now, we're getting thousands of people through the door every month. We're trying to capture those people as members so they get the member benefits, but most importantly, they get my awesome magazine, because that's what I'm really here for, is to sling magazines. As Martha stole my thunder earlier, 101 Places was a book of honor from the Montana Library Association. Yeah, Montana Book Award from the Montana Book Award. We didn't quite win first place, but we'll take an honorable mention because it was a pretty great book. And I don't remember the first place title is, but I want to read it because it looks really awesome. And so they went up to collect that. But we're also sending Kirby on a whirlwind tour throughout Montana. He was just in Butte, I believe, last night. And he's also, when there isn't a local partner to sell books, he is selling copies of 101 Places. So we're getting it out, getting him out on the road, and getting some book sales in communities other than Helena. And then finally, before I dive into more of the nitty gritty of my report, during the MAM conference, the publications team also conducted, it was more of a publishing workshop, but it was based off our writers workshop. And so we were able to talk to museum professionals who may be interested in developing their own publications or writing on their own, and impart some of our team's hard-won expertise to help just other museums and other museum pros in the area to create their publications and just give them the general overview of what we do and how we can offer to help. We're all part of a big community in Montana of museums, and we may as well offer our expertise, even though we're probably one of the least museum-y programs around. As far as staffing goes, my staff right now is great. I've got fully staffed my two editors, Cody and Shannon. They're doing great work. Cody manages the press work. Shannon manages the magazine workflow. Then Luke Duran ties it all together and makes it look pretty. If you've seen any of the branding around, it's probably Luke's fault. It looks great. And then Karen manages our business affairs. She's also managing Kirby's book tour, promotions, and a bunch of other stuff also on her plate. On the magazine front, we released the spring issue over here. You can see our lovely Monty Dolak saucers over the big stack as the cover. And then the initial article was John Axline's No Cause for Alarm, Flying Saucer Mania in the Montana Movie. We've been getting a ton of just really great comments and feedback on this article. Everybody was not expecting an article about UFOs to be in the magazine. Even the peer reviewers that I sent to were like, I was not expecting this to be this good. I was looking for some, like, a crank to be writing about this, but now John knocked it out of the park for that one. That was followed by J.C. Anderson's The Train's in Trouble, which looked at the Northern Plains Resources Council and the fight against the Tongue River Railroad. And then Sophia Etier's examination of Hamilton's Black community between 4th and Main. This is actually the first Hamilton-specific article we've published in the magazine in our 76 or 75-year run. And we followed with what I think is probably a very timely and very important commentary by a scholar, Julie Dobro. Recently, the Wounded Knee Massacre Memorial and Sacred Site Act was signed into law by President Trump, which designated about 40 acres as a sacred site near the Wounded Knee Massacre and mass grave in perpetuity and gave it to the tribe. And this looks at the history of Wounded Knee through the experience of Dr. Charles Alexander Eastman and Elaine Goodall, who aided many of the victims of Wounded Knee, but also wrote some of the first-hand accounts to really qualify it as a massacre rather than a battle. And we concluded with our first revival of the Montana Traveler. That was written by Kirby Lambert. He keeps working for free for us. I love it. It was on Harlowtown. And also an On the Job with the Montana Historical Society. This is where we are inviting staff members to write about what they think is a cool part of their job. It's history in action. It's how historians actually do their work. I like to jokingly call his piece Pompey's Pillar's Pillar, because it was talking about the stabilization of Pompey's Pillar via concrete, but also via a metal pillar to keep the rock from further degrading, eroding, and collapsing. We are currently working on our summer 2026 issue. This issue features an art history of University of Montana professor Aidan Arnold. He taught at UM from the 40s to the 70s, and he was a modernist artist, and he really followed a lot of like the big WPA mural style. But he also he didn't sell his artwork. He was a university professor, so he created it. And luckily, through some friends, his collection managed to stay at UM and is now on display at the MMAC, the Montana Museum of Art and Culture. And so this piece is really a companion to that exhibit. And it's just a really great look at an unknown Montana artist and his effect on both his students through teaching, but also on the Montana art scene. It's a really good piece. We're running that in the color signature. So for the first time, many of his pieces of art will be seen in publications. That's really cool. We're really excited about that one. We followed that with a photo essay. It looks at Jessamine Spear Johnson's photography. She went to the 50th anniversary of the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1926, And she took a bunch of photos of the participants of this memorial and reenactment. And this included people who were alive and present and fought in the Battle of Little Bighorn on both sides, both the Indigenous side and the U.S. Army side. It's almost chilling, some of these photos. So I'm really excited for y'all to get to see it. And it's accompanied by a short essay that describes Jessamine's life and photography and her experiences at this commemorative event. We follow that piece with a look at the 1894 Butte riots that were really between the American Protective Association and Butte's Irish citizenry. There was a lot of antagonism. The APA was vehemently anti-Catholic and anti-Irish, and they were trying to limit Irish civic participation in American life. And of course, the Irish Americans in Butte did not like this. And in good Butte tradition, they had a lovely riot on the 4th of July. And so the end result of this riot and conflict in Butte can actually be seen a couple hundred yards that way. The statue of Thomas Francis Meagher was donated by a Irish civic organization to basically say Irish people are part of Montana's history and we're here to stay. And that statue is still here. And it's something I walk by every morning because I like to park over there. And it's like, hey, there's Thomas Francis Meagher. And I know how that statue got here now. And then let's see, the issue concludes with a commentary. At the Montana Historical Society conference last fall, journalist Todd Wilkinson and historian Mark Fiji, they offered a really good talk just on development change and Montana values and how the current waves of development and income inequality are threatening Montana's values and ways to move forward with that. We follow these long form pieces with the Montana Traveler. This time it's written by Christine Brown. It looks at the Alta Ranger Station near Darby. And then y'all very much heard this already, but we also have an On the Job with the Montana Historical Society written by Ashley that discusses the work of the 250th Commission. And we're also finally in this issue, we're cramming everything we can in there. We're reviving an old feature called the Montana Medley. It's kind of a commentary, but it's more arts and culture focused. And this one is written by Ken Egan, and it looks at the 50th anniversary of Norman Maclean's A River Runs Through It. And we'll follow it with our usual book reviews, notes, and advertising. So I've already discussed the promo issue. We're getting that out as widely as we can. It's available. It's on countertops and tables here. We're going to have it in Norms once we get a little nifty magazine stand that's on its way from Amazon, hopefully. The goal is to get it out there widely. We have a really strong roster of forthcoming articles. We're scheduling out the spring 2027 issue, which is amazing because we just finished spring 26, so we've got a really good roster coming up. And I'm also pleased to announce that we awarded the Emerging Scholar Contest winner to Lauren Tecca. She's a University of Montana PhD student. Her piece looks at the anti-Mormon debates in the 1880s and their effects on the ground in Mormons and Gentiles in Idaho. And so the autumn issue is kind of almost a Montana, the magazine of Idaho history, because we've got 2 pieces on Idaho in that one. I'll leave more on that to the next meeting. I'll affiliate on that then. But her work I thought it was really good. I think it's got a lot of potential. And we also, out of that, we usually get a few other scholars that are interested in just running their articles as normal pieces, which is great because that's the goal of the contest is to recruit authors who will then hopefully become recurring authors to us. So we should have probably 3 to 4 other pieces that come out as a product of this. Again, we are pushing membership as hard and as broadly as we can in collaboration with other programs, whether it's through the promo issue or through advertising or through our distributor. We're confident that these incremental steps will lead to further membership. My biggest thing here has always been that most people just don't know this magazine exists. And once they do, they are impressed by it and they want to read more of it. I've had a number of friends that I've mentioned what I do, and they're like, wow, how do I get that? I'm like, well, you subscribe to it. And they're like, I've never seen this on retail. I'm like, I know, we're working on that. So we're working on all these things. And so we are pushing for that, and we're pushing that hard. On the press end of things, the very exciting news is that our One Row book is going to print. Thanks to the development team, we raised a whole pile of money for this. And so we're able to offer an exceptional production value for this book. It's going to be printed hardcover with a cloth binding. We've gotten permission from the Little Shell tribe to use a version of their tribal logo as a foil stamp on the back. And Luke has done just a fantastic job with the foil stamping on the front and also the dust jacket. I met with Nick Vrooman's widow on Monday, Linda Peterson. She's delightful. I was showing her the proofs and it brought her to tears. So it was really pretty powerful. So we anticipate delivery end of May, maybe early June for that. And once we have a more firm delivery date, we're going to start planning launch events. The Little Shell are interested in hosting the book launch at their tribal ceremonial center. So I will keep everyone posted on details with that. If you're in the region, it would be great if you could come to that. I don't know when it's going to be. I will have details later on that one. Wrong page. We also are in production for a gallery guide and museum guide. Public relations has pamphlets. We don't do pamphlets. We do whole books. We don't do anything easy. So this will be, I believe, a 78-page full color. It's going to be sized similarly to Montana, the Magazine of Western History, full color guide to the Homeland Gallery, to the Russell Gallery, and the Montana Historical Society as a whole, along with Kirby Lambert's piece from the winter issue describing the history of the museum collections. Once we have that, that'll be on sale in the gift shop. We hope to use that to really, drive some more attention to our exhibits. I kind of see this in two tracks. So the people that want the souvenir, so they can go home and be like, hey, look how awesome this museum is. And then there are the subset of museum visitors who want to know everything, and they're going to come in here and they're going to have read that thing page to page and probably bookmarked it, dog-eared it, and want to know exactly what's where. So we're excited for that piece. We're hoping to have it out by the History Festival. That might be a little ambitious, but we're going to see what we can do. We're working in collaboration with the museum program to create this thing basically out of whole cloth. And Luke has been working with Kurt Keller, our archival photographer, and the proofs I've seen are just stunning. They're taking some wonderful photography of the galleries. So that's going to be really great. We have other forthcoming book projects. Probably the one most next in the hopper is by Steve Aberg. And it looks at the Reed and Bowles trading post at Judith Landing. It's an archaeology and history of the trading post and of the region. It's going to be Cody's working on the edits right now. I'd anticipate that one probably coming out in 2027. Same thing with our history of Fort Parker. That's by Marcia Fulton of the Extreme History Project. It's another sort of almost archaeology, but archaeological history of Fort Parker, which was the old Crow Agency. But it's really a bigger story of the loss and shrinking of the Crow Reservation. Because Fort Parker's near Livingston and the Crow Reservation is not. So it used to be much larger, and this is going to be really a history of how this particular agency tried, but then the reservation shrank. And we've got a few other projects in the works. We're working with 341st Missile Wing historian Troy Halsell, who's up at Malmstrom, and to work on a edited collection of essays on the history of Montana from 1945 onward. We're thinking of expanding it to include a few recent ones like John Axeline's piece and J.C. Anderson's piece, because they're just both super solid late or post 45 histories. And so just trying to give an overview of that. And then we also have a culinary history in the works being spearheaded by Mary Murphy, formerly of MSU. I'm guessing late 27, early 28 for that. It kind of depends. But we have a lot of good book projects in the works. And so, again, the big threat to publications right now is just our member numbers. We're aggressively trying to address this. But I'm confident that with the team effort we have going on and with just the sheer visitation to this facility, that these things will turn around. So I welcome your questions.
Any questions for Jeff? Looks like we need to find some things for him to do too. So make a note. Make a note.
More work for Jeff. Got it.
Yeah,
I had I had a couple things to say. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Candy.
Oh, okay. Excellent job, Jeff. I mean, you've just done a phenomenal amount of work on this, and I'm excited to see the One Row book come out too. That's really, really cool. And all of the publications you've done, the UFO articles those were really cool. And I know a lot of us have had some weird experiences, so it's kind of fun to read about everybody else's weird experiences. One thing I would say that Reed and Bowl Trading Post is not on the Judith Landing. Those are two separate locations. Reed and Bowl is actually on Big Spring Creek in Lewistown. It's just right almost in Lewistown, so you might want to make sure that you have that information corrected. Judith Landing is several miles away on the Judith Missouri River, so those are two different locations. But I think you've just done a stellar job of everything you have here. And I have to leave. I've got to go to another Zoom meeting, so I appreciate it and thank you all.
Randy, we couldn't exactly hear much of that. I think your microphone was a little broken up. I got some of it, but if you're able to, can you repeat that, please?
Okay, I just was saying that actually Reed and Bowl's Trading Post, besides all the good work you did, Reed and Bowl's Trading Post is actually in Lewistown on Big Spring Creek, and Judith Landing is several miles away. It's about an hour away on the Lewistown, or on the Missouri and Judith rivers. So Judith Landing is totally separate from Reed and Bowl's, and you just want to make that distinction.
Yeah, thank you for that correction. Yeah, the title of the book right now is Return to Spotted Fish Creek, which is a translation of the indigenous name. But yeah, we will make sure it's accurately located in the book. I just used Judith Basin as a shorthand on that one, but thank you. Yeah. Bill?
Yeah, Judith Landing is what you said, so that's the
Yeah, thank you.
Not Landing. Yep.
Bill Jones, just a couple comments. In Bozeman a couple of years ago, I think it was Intermountain Opera did a membership drive and season ticket drive, and they called it FOMO, fear of missing out. And it turned out to be kind of exciting and kind of fun for them. And people around town were talking about fear of missing out and FOMO. So you may want to put that in the back of your head for something in the future for marketing. And the other one is talking about the statue over here. Brenda Waller, a Bozeman writer, just published a book, Marcus Daly and His Empires. And in that, she talks about that statue. And of course, Daly was Irish, and William Clark and Daly were bitter enemies. Mm-hmm. And Clark won the battle to have the capital placed here. But Marcus Daly was able to put the statue of an Irishman on Clark's Hill in front of the Capitol. So that's how that story ended.
Mm. Yeah, the article that we're working on right now discusses a bit of the Daly Clark feud. It doesn't go too deep into it because the author really wants to look at the APA. The really interesting part of this article that I didn't discuss in depth was there were Black members of the APA in Butte. And it really goes into differences in ethnicity, but also how various powers tried to pit different ethnicities against one another, because one would think two lower status groups in the United States, Black people and Irish Americans, would have common cause. But historically, throughout the 19th century, they were really pitted against one another. You can think about the New York City draft riots during the Civil War, where in protest of having to fight for the Union, a bunch of Irish Americans rioted and ended up lynching dozens of Black people. And there were similar outbreaks of this. And so it's a really complex story. And the leader of Butte's colored chapter of the APA was a veteran of the 25th Infantry out of Missoula, and he may have been deployed to the Coeur d'Alene region in 1892 to put down miners' strikes and subsequent riots there. And so that likely influenced his opinion and also his joining of the APA in Butte. And so it's a messy, uncomfortable, and complicated story because we're talking about a racist nativist organization, the APA, that managed to recruit Black members to its cause to agitate against equal participation of Irish Americans in our political system. So it's not a comfortable story by any measure, but it's a really good one.
Well, that kind of sums up the history of Montana. It's sometimes not a comfortable story, but it's a pretty good one in the end result. Any other questions, Ken?
2 points, Ken. First is if we needed a reminder how badly Nicholas Roman's Monroe needed to be republished, I saw a copy for sale yesterday in Helena, $275, and that's the first time I've seen that on sale in the past 2 years. So I think they will. Second point is you mentioned Thomas Francis Moore, and this is a good opportunity to mention that 2 things are happening with our acting governor. The first is that the Irish Institute at the University of Montana is putting the finishing touches on a 1-hour documentary of Marr that he's been working on with a large part of Montana, I think, for the past 10 years, but it's almost ready. I'm not sure whether it'll be on PBS, but I know he's about to finish, so we'll finally see a documentary on Marr. The other is there's a scholar in Ireland that's revisiting the death of Thomas Francis Moore. John O'Riordan, John Hearn is his name. He's a very fine writer and researcher, and I think his effort will be worthwhile, and it'll be out within the next year. So the acting one continues to draw great interest.
Along those lines, if I may, Ken, if any of you have ever gone to Ireland, and particularly Waterford, Ireland, where Thomas Francis Marr was from, the tavern that his family owned in the lobby has a photograph of the Marr statue and the capital of Montana there in the lobby. And if you should happen to frequent the bar, tell them you're from Montana, you'll get a free Guinness.
Excellent tip, Tim. Thank you.
I've got a couple more things on Mars. Kim Briggeman. I had a chance to preview the documentary that Professor O'Riordan has put together, and it's relating his life to John F. Kennedy's life, the first Irish Catholic president. And so that's kind of the theme they follow throughout, but telling the Marr story. And there's also a Marr statue at Antietam, if you know Antietam.
The Battle of Antietam.
Yeah.
And in Fort Benton.
Oh, yeah.
Any other comments or questions for Jeff? You know, I used to tell my kids there are 2 types of people in this world, those that are Irish American and those that are not. And I started my youngest on that when she was very, very little. And one day we got home from school, and before we got out of the car, she goes, "Dad," and it startled me. "What, Caroline? Did you know that Maria is not Irish?" That was her best friend. I said, "He's German." I said, "Well, Germans are good too." Thank you.
Visit, but I wanted to do a shout out to Jenny and her advertising department. Mentioned that they should all come down to the museum, and at least 3 people said, "Oh yeah, we saw the ads." So they're getting even up on the High Line, which is really good to hear. And as I was driving up, I kind of took the long way, as I want to do, and then I kind of wandered my way down, thinking in the back of my head about my long desire to do a Thunderbolt and Lightfoot tour, driving tour of central Montana. And so it's funny that you guys were talking about it today because I actually stopped by a couple of the spots on my way back through. So if we ever want to make that a feature, we could do that. So our federal funding, as you know, we receive that annual grant every year. The good news is that with Emily's help and Bo's help, we did manage to complete all of our reporting for those federal grants successfully. And we have spoken with members of the staff, the National Park Service, and our understanding, as Emily noted, is that that notice of funding opportunity, what we call the NOFO, that'll allow us to download the application to receive this year's funding, is now at the Office of Budget and Management. The wording is being approved, and they are hopeful that it will drop soon. So we will have that ability to apply for the same amount of money as we applied for it last year, which is $1,024,898. So we're looking forward to getting that in our coffers. Other news for grants is the Butte Silver Bow was able to successfully receive a $734,000 grant from the Paul Brune grant program through the National Park Service. I'm sure I've reported on that before, but the good news is that Butte has decided on the 6 projects that they will be funding. 5 of them are on Uptown and 1 of them is in Walkerville, and gotten a lot of great press. People are really, really excited about that program. Contracts are underway. A quick update on the Union Bethel AME Church. The elevator installation is imminent. We have all of the designs approved. We just need the building permit. So we have our contractor in place. We're ready to spend the money and get that going, but we just are waiting for that last piece of paper before the contractor can begin installing the elevator. We have completed the brick repointing part of that project. And speaking of bricks and mortar, our SHPO bricks and mortar grants that we were able to fund, I believe with bed tax money, with sights and signs money, funded 4 projects, 1 in Virginia City, 1 at the Archie Bray, 1 at the State Bank of Terry, and the Dayton State Bank building on Flathead Lake. And those projects, 3 of them are finished and 1 of them is almost finished. So we're really excited to have those be successful and close out. The Montana Chinese History Project is on track. We're updating the contract with Delia Hagen now that our research center is open. We expect to have the final documents for the National Register documentation for the Chinese History Project completed by September. So we're looking forward to that. SHPO is sponsoring several events over the next few months. We did sponsor the MAS conference, the Montana Archaeological Society's conference that happened a couple of weeks ago. 3 of our staff attended, including Jessica Bush, who reported on her work with the State Burial Preservation Board. And I think she did a really great job. We continue sponsoring MAS's twice annual Archaeology in Montana Journal, which is, of course, the picture on the left up here, and giving them the ability to publish in color for the first time, which is great. So we sponsor them with a $3,000 annual challenge grant. And then SHPO support enables them to print in color, which is crucial to the understanding of the maps and the artifacts being presented. We're also paying for a $9,000 scholarship for one apprentice at Preserve Montana's 9-week Preservation Tours Corps program. Their projects will include kind of physical restorations of the Baxendale Schoolhouse here in Helena, the AT&T cabin on the Helena National Forest, the Silver City Cemetery in Marysville, the Western Clay Manufacturing Blacksmith Shop, which is on the Archie Bray campus here in Helena, and the Wheeler Cabin on the shores of Lake McDonald in Glacier National Park. And then we are putting $2,500 towards Preserve Montana's Window Preservation Workshop, which will happen in September. We just keep giving money away. It's a great job. So one of the functions of my job is to pass through 10% of our annual federal grant to our certified local governments across the state. So cities and counties that are certified local governments receive grants from us annually. We currently are working on the 14 contracts to give out $86,500 for their local preservation programs. And then we will be doing kind of a more special projects giveaway, I guess, some more grants for special projects in those communities to meet our goal of over $102,000 that we will send out to local governments across the state. Our review board meeting, at which the State Historic Preservation Review Board reviews National Register nominations. Our next meeting will be in Lewistown, May 7th and 8th. And one of the nominations that we are considering is one that we funded, which is the Bear Gulch pictograph site. I don't know if anybody has been there. If you haven't, it is one of the most internationally significant gathering of pictographs and petroglyphs in the world. It's just fantastic. It's privately owned, and they finally have allowed us to move forward with the National Register listing. Tim Urbaniak completed that National Register nomination. So in addition to being considered, the board will also tour it. And you can tour it, you can schedule a tour. And if you haven't been there and you're in the Lewistown area, it's so worth having those experts walk you through and explain these wonderful thousands of these images on the rock walls and in the canyon. It's really beautiful. Since the your last gathering, we've had a couple of National Register listings, including the Mountain Brook School in the Kalispell area. And that was a super popular one. I think everybody who ever attended Mountain Brook School attended our online review board meeting. They were really excited to have their place recognized. And the other object that was listed is the Northern Pacific's Locomotive 1356. You guys, Kim, do you know this one? Yes, you do. It's the locomotive that's kind of on Higgins Avenue in downtown Missoula, and it has a tremendous history associated with the 1910 fires. It hauled people out of those fires back and forth. Really important history. And so if you want to learn more about it, we can provide you that National Register nomination. And finally, I'll follow up with our SHPO compliance. One of our missions at the State Historic Preservation Office is to work with state and federal agencies under the National Historic Preservation Act and the Montana Antiquities Act. And one of those agencies is the Montana Disaster Emergency Services Group. And they took time out to write a letter. I mean, these are emergency service. These people are busy, but they took time out, wrote a letter thanking our own state archaeologist, Jessica Bush, for her assistance in expediting the reviews of the proposed projects for their agency in response to the floods in Lincoln County. And so it was really nice to have the agencies that we are usually admonishing to come back and say, Jessica in particular really did a fantastic job. So we were very pleased to get that recognition. And I think that's what's on my list.
All right. Any questions or comments? Jay?
Yeah, Jay Russell. Just a comment and a question about the Bethel AME Church. My grandparents built the house directly across the street from the church. They lived there for a couple decades, and I remember just lots of good times visiting them and seeing the church right across the street from there. So it was kind of a meaningful thing for me. But do you know, will that be open to the public once the work is done on it?
Yes. So the goal right now is to be able to have it function more deliberately as a community gathering space and as a congregational space for the church itself. So the idea for this project is to not only stabilize the building, that was the brick repair part. You know, we were worried that the bricks were actually falling off the building and that the walls would collapse. So we were able to stabilize those walls that were in danger. But this interior now elevator will allow people, because that congregation is getting having mobility issues, and so we wanted to make sure that they were able not only to access the sanctuary on the main floor of the building, which you still have to walk up about 8 steps to get into at this point, but also the basement space, which we hope will be a more of a community center with after school programming and community spaces.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to second that SHPO was very well represented at the Montana Archaeological Society meetings and did a wonderful job explaining the burial board, which I think is still something that a lot of folks don't understand. So big kudos to Jessica and all the team on that.
Great. Thanks, Rachel.
Super. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nicely done. We are at the 1:45 p.m. unfinished business, right on time, Bill. Yeah. Is there any unfinished business? I have one item I wanted to mention. It's not really unfinished business, but go ahead.
I wanted
Rachel.
to report back very quickly. In our last meeting, we had several conversations about the 150th anniversary of the Battle of the Little Bighorn and also the Rosebud Battle. And we are doing a commemoration event. FWP is on June 17th at the Rosebud Battlefield State Park, which is south of Busby, for those who don't know. And I think it's going to be amazing. And that is credit not to me. There's a whole team of people who are putting this event together. And the Northern Cheyenne have a large group of folks who are going to ride horses for about 10 miles over the prairies and onto the battlefield, just as they came for the battle. And then the Northern Cheyenne are going to do a reenactment of where the girl saved her brother, which is what the battle is named after in Northern Cheyenne. They're going to reenact that in the spot where it happened. The cavalry is coming. There's lots of different things happening, and it's going to be very exciting and really well put together. So did someone have a question? And then also, folks were also wondering if they were actually doing something at the Little Bighorn, and they are. Unfortunately, it's the same days as our celebration here at the Historical Society. It's June 25th to 27th. So, but they are having a commemoration for the 150th at the Little Bighorn as well. And then one other event that I'm going to plug, it is the 50th anniversary of Bannock Days, which is crazy that they've been doing Bannock Days for 50 years. But they're making it sort of an extra big special celebration this year. So if you haven't ever been to Bannock Days, or if you haven't been in a while, you should really go. They do an incredible job. And that's July 18th and 19th.
Thank you,
Tim,
Rachel.
Tim,
Yes.
I have a comment. This is Norma in Great Falls.
Okay, Norma.
Yes. Earlier in this meeting, there was discussion about Clint Eastwood being featured on that one little video that was shown in the report on SHPO, I think it was. And I just wondered, I have contact with him, and I just had talked to somebody at your meeting about possibly inviting him to the grand opening of the Heritage Center this summer. And I just wondered what the board would think of that, if he would be willing to come.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you have any input on that? Do you think that would be a good idea? Because he's a busy guy, but he really loves Montana. He loved making a movie here, Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, and I did have the privilege to interview him. So I would love to make that call if that would be okay with the board.
I think it's be fine. Yeah. Do you have something to add, Jenny? Jenny has something to add, Norma.
Okay. That'd be great.
Norma, before you reach out, we do have a committee of people, of staff members that have been working on the celebration activities. So if you wouldn't mind holding off until I have a chance to talk to everybody on the committee, I would really appreciate that so that we can, if he does agree to come, that we have special ways we can fit him into the program of activities.
Sure.
Just in
Okay.
case.
That would be wonderful. Okay, I'll wait till
Okay.
I get back from you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You
Great.
bet.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Thanks, Norma.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So the one tidbit that I had, oh, Ken, you want to go? Go ahead.
I'd mention Ken Robison. I'd mention two things. One is thank you, Molly, for working with Brenda Waller to try to save the Mullen Road Conference for Helena's. Probably, if it happens, it'll be the weekend of the first weekend of September, and so thank you very much for all you're doing to help her with that. The second thing is on the 2nd of April, the National Museum of Natural History dedicated 3 bison. They're bronze, they're very large, and that they're on either side of the entrance to the Natural History Museum. And we had 2 representatives from our Fort Benton River and Plains Society as guests of honor at it. The bison are modeled after the big bull, the cow, and the little calf Sandy's. Now, the Natural History Museum is also doing more with bison, but they haven't announced the specific plans yet. But we understand it's going to be patterned after the herd that's in Fort Benton that was originally at the Smithsonian. So the Hornaday bison are getting quite a national coverage this year. And I guess, Jay, unless you want to mention it, the Lewis and Clark National Trail Alliance is meeting in Great Falls just before our celebration here. I think it's the 21st and 24th of June. And this will be the first time it's been back in Montana since 2005. So it's a pretty big national gathering.
Yeah, it's since 2008, and it is a pretty big deal. It's a national annual gathering of that group, and we are trying to also let them know that there's a lot of things going on in Helena right afterwards, so that we're going to try to send a few people up this direction as well. So, but it'll be a good time.
Super.
Thanks,
Thank you both for that. The one thing I wanted to mention was, the legislature will be coming in January, and there won't be any parking anywhere around here, just so you know. But every legislative session, there are associations and lobbyists that every night host something somewhere, with hors d'oeuvres and drinks and what have you. And most of the legislators, that's what they eat that evening. That's their meal. Then they go home and read their bills and go to bed. But my thought was whether or not there's a way to get the list of lobbyists and to send them something. Probably Molly's going to tell me they already did this about being able to rent this space for that purpose.
That's actually an excellent idea. We have a couple already booked. We haven't reached out specifically to that group for bookings, but we do have events on the books from a couple of lobbying groups. I know the Montana Realtors Association at a minimum already has an event booked here, but excellent idea. Ellie has had good success in inviting groups in for tours to show them the space and then to come up with bookings. So excellent idea, Tim.
That might be a better way to do it is to
unlock your iPhone first.
Oh, hi, Siri. That might be a better way to do it is to get a list of the various associations many of which put on those little meet and greets, receptions, and just get the word out to them. And now would be the time to do it because we're already booking into January, February, March of next year, right? So, but it would be the reason I suggest that in terms of making a concerted effort to do it is that those people hold the purse strings. And as we all know, we've had some issues with some legislators who believe there shouldn't be any public money involved here. We should be strictly donations, which would never work. But that's the audience that, you know, while they're here, we really want to capture them. And I'm sure there'll be opportunities for legislators to have tours and that kind of thing. But to be able to host some of those receptions that these groups do during the legislature here, as opposed to the Great Northern Hotel or whatever, I think really helps promote the organization. So, oh, Bill, you had something?
If we're just about done, yeah.
Yeah. So do you want me to go to new business or are we still on unfinished business? New business. We are at new business. Go ahead. Anybody? No? Well, then I think what we're looking for is a motion to adjourn, which is non-debatable.
But just before we do that,
Okay.
Bill Jones, I think we ought to give Tim a hand for the job he's done the last couple of years as chairman, since this is his last meeting as chairing. And I'm going to go to a used bookstore and find a Law for Dummies so I could give good legal advice like Tim has done for us in the past. But Tim, I want to thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Chris, you want to get a picture of this? That's right. On behalf of the Montana Historical Society Board of Trustees, I'd like to congratulate you, Bill Jones, on being elected chairman of our board of directors, and we all wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right. I will entertain a motion.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
I entertain that emotion.
Thank you, Norma. Is there a second?
Second, Jay Russell.
Jay Russell seconded. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will see you all July 23rd, 2026 for our next board meeting. And our newest members of the executive committee, we will see you here the day before, that afternoon, for the executive committee meeting. So thank you all. Travel safely. And thanks particularly to the incredible staff that we have here. I really, truly have worked with very few organizations through the years that have such incredible, dedicated public servants as you all. And so thank you for what you do.
Let's give them all a hand.
Oh, and don't forget to get your travel vouchers to Jenny. Thank you.
And don't forget your promo packs.
And your promo packs are over here. Please grab one before you leave.